Chapter 551. Splash. As Yifan leaped into the blood demon pool, the devil blood in the blood demon pool began to ripple outwards in circles. The demonic pool was 9 feet wide and 3 feet deep. It was filled with demonic blood. Compared to the other 4 demonic pools, this blood demon pool was the smallest and also the shallowest. After jumping into the blood demon pool, the dark red demonic blood in the pool had just reached Yifan's waist. The demonic blood was slippery and cold to the touch. Yifan stood in the blood demon pool with his silver hair draped over his shoulders and his upper body naked. He focused his mind and calmed his breathing without any distractions. No matter what happened in the blood demon pool, he had to maintain a calm state of mind and a calm mind. Only in this way could he resist the demonic intent and resentment in the demonic pool and not be devoured by it. Gurgle. A 3-inch bubble gradually rose from the bottom of the demonic pool. This blood-colored bubble caused Yifan, who was standing in the middle of the pool, to frown immediately. Ordinary bubbles were round, but this demonic blood bubble was actually in the shape of a blood-red skull. What made Yifan even more incredulous was that after the skull bubble floated to the surface of the blood, it did not burst. Instead, it floated on the surface of the blood and stared at Yifan with its blood-red eyes. It looked extremely strange. Gurgle. Just as the first bubble appeared, the second bubble followed. Yifan closed his eyes and pretended not to see or hear anything. Gurgle. Gurgle. As more and more skull bubbles floated up, the temperature of the demonic blood in the pool began to rise and gradually became hot. A layer of sweat began to form on Yifan's forehead. His heart was like still water, without any ripples. He maintained a calm state of mind. However, this was just the beginning. Gurgle. As more and more skull bubbles appeared, the temperature of the demonic blood also increased. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the temperature of the demonic blood in the blood pool had risen to a boiling state. Countless 3-inch skull blood bubbles had already covered the entire blood pool. The scalding temperature made Yifan feel as if he was being steamed by boiling water. The heart-wrenching pain made him frown. It was unbearable. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and sweated profusely. The bean-sized droplets of sweat fell into the boiling blood demon pool and instantly turned into a wisp of water vapor, dissipating without a trace. One could only imagine how high the temperature was. The physical pain was nothing. What really worried Yifan was the change in his mental state. Ever since the appearance of the bubble of skulls in the blood pool, a subtle change had occurred in his heart. An indescribable, murderous, and resentful aura began to emerge in his heart, which was as calm as still water a moment ago. This murderous resentment continued to accumulate and become restless. As the temperature of the demon blood rose, it began to become more and more violent. At this moment, he really wanted to kill. He really wanted to see the scene of blood splattering everywhere. The bloodthirsty thoughts continued to gather in his heart, growing stronger and stronger until they were out of control. In his mind, countless scenes of killing began to appear before his eyes. At Green Cloud Mountain, 8 ninjas died under his snake shadow sword without even making a sound. In the house at night, the young official was filled with cold air while he was still alive, turning into red and white bone fragments and ice dregs. In the tavern of the small town, 3 bandits had their necks broken by his long whip. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and blood spurted out. In the Zhou residence, hundreds of ninja experts had their hearts pierced by thousands of arrows. Blood splattered everywhere, and their corpses piled up like mountains. In the sky above the Eastern Sea warship, Inchan Daxiong had his inner core extracted by him, and blood flowed everywhere. As these bloody scenes appeared one after another, Yifan's face unconsciously revealed a sinister smile. He did not know why, but these scenes made him feel very comfortable. There was a sense of satisfaction in his bones. He was beginning to be invaded by the demonic aura and resentment in the blood demon pool. After the sinister smile, Yifan suddenly became alert. Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly raised his right arm that was immersed in the blood pool and ruthlessly slapped his own face. Ha! With a crisp sound, a bloody handprint instantly appeared on Yi Fan's face. He wanted to wake himself up. He could not let the resentment corrode his mind. However, his thinking was too simple. If a slap could keep his mind calm, there would not be the blood demon pool anymore. Originally, his eyes were still closed. In the end, this ruthless slap directly slapped him open his eyes. When the pool filled with dark red, demonic blood and countless bloody skeletons floating on it entered Yi Fan's eyes, the bloodthirsty killing intent in Yi Fan's heart suddenly went berserk. In the instant that he opened his eyes, Yi Fan's mind was completely taken over by the bloodthirsty killing intent that had gone berserk. The silver-haired Yi Fan lowered his head and laughed strangely. With bloodshot eyes, he laughed as he scooped up a large handful of blood from the blood demon pool with both hands. He placed it under his nose and greedily sniffed it. A strong killing intent quickly spread out from Yi Fan's body. Looking at the half-naked and infatuated Yi Fan, the naked woman in the blood demon pool trembled and giggled. She closed her eyes as she giggled. Then, she lifted her beautiful face with a look of enjoyment. What a strong killing intent. I like it, I like it. The witch smiled greedily as she sniffed the strong killing intent emanating from Yi Fan's body. Buzz. The dark red, demonic blood in the pool seemed to have sensed Yi Fan's obedience and slowly began to revolve around Yi Fan. Hua! Countless bloody skeletons also began to revolve around Yi Fan along with the demonic blood. These bloody skeletons seemed to have a mind of their own. No matter how they revolved, their eyes were fixed on Yi Fan without the slightest bit of deviation. Come. Looking at the countless bloody skeletons circling around him, Yi Fan calmly said as he raised his arms and closed his eyes with a sinister smile on his face. He was going to guide the demonic blood into his body. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, the demonic blood in the pool suddenly spun faster and faster, forming a bloody vortex. Buzz! The countless bloody skeletons floating around Yi Fan suddenly glowed with a bloody light. Boom! A huge bloody pillar of light shot up from the blood demon pool into the sky. Within the pillar of light, Yi Fan, with his white muscles exposed, had a sinister smile on his face. His silver hair fluttered upwards as he raised his arms with his palms facing the sky. He looked like an evil god. Whoosh! The countless blood skulls that were spinning endlessly and glowing with a dazzling red light began to coil around Yi Fan's waist like a long snake. They wriggled upwards and slowly wrapped around Yi Fan's upper body from bottom to top. Yes, just like that, The witch in the blood demon pool looked at the sinister smile on Yi Fan's face within the pillar of light, her eyes shining as she laughed. Apart from the blood demon pool, all of the 5 great demonic pools were guarded by demonic spirits. The evil spirit in the evil demon pool was sinister and cunning. The Een spirit in the Een demon pool was cold and boring, and the dead spirit in the dead demon pool was murderous. The 3 of them were not interesting at all and did not suit her taste. Now that the blood demon pool had such a handsome demonic spirit guarding it, she would have a companion in the future. Thinking about the days of romance in the future, a charming smile appeared on the witch's face. Buzz! When the coiling blood skull came into contact with the crescent-shaped crescent moon on Yi Fan's back, 10,000 dazzling rays of red light shot out from the crescent-shaped crescent moon, illuminating the entire heavenly devil cave in red light. A 3-foot-long bloody crescent moon was instantly projected from the stone wall on Yi Fan's back. The moment the bloody skeletons came into contact with the bloody crescent moon, they were instantly turned into red mist. In just a moment, more than 10 bloody skeletons turned into bloody mist and fell back into the blood pool. Whoosh! The snake-like bloody skeletons circled around the crescent moon and continued to spiral upwards. You are Eldritch! The witch in the desired demon pool covered the glaring red light with her white jade-like arms as she exclaimed in shock. The crescent moon on the stone wall caused her expression to change greatly. Although she was in the demonic pool, she knew everything that happened in the demonic realm like the back of her hand. The reason was very simple. Every once in a while, Demon Lord Tinmoni would come to the heavenly demon cave to meditate for a period of time. She had learned about Eldritch when she was chatting with Tinmoni. No wonder this person was so unruly and unrestrained, and directly chose the blood demon pool. It turned out that Eldritch reincarnation had personally come. Yi Fan, who was in the bloody light pillar, did not reply to the witch's words. He still stood in the blood pool with an evil smile on his face, allowing the bloody skeletons to completely surround him. Whoosh! When the blood skull covered his neck, Yi Fan's body began to slowly float away from the devil's pool and hover a meter above it. The bloody skeletons continued to move upwards, completely surrounding Yi Fan's head. In the blink of an eye, apart from the red crescent moon pattern on his back, Yi Fan's entire body was densely covered with 3-inch-long bloody skeletons. Whoosh! The bloody skeletons around Yi Fan's body began to slowly seep into his body. The demonic blood entered his body. When the tyrannical blood spirit completely entered his body, Yi Fan, who was floating above the blood pool, slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Following which, the evil smile on his face opened slightly, and 2 rays of red light shot out from his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless red electric arcs shuttled back and forth on Yi Fan's body without stopping. At this moment, Yi Fan's body was enveloped in red light, and the bloody light around his body flickered as if he was a man made of red light. His eyes were blood red, his lips were blood red, and even his silver hair had turned blood red. Yi Fan had already entered the demonic path, and the demonic blood entered his body. His red hair danced in the wind, and the red light wrapped around his body as he slowly descended into the demonic blood pool. Clap, clap, clap. The demonic woman in the demonic desire pool looked at Yi Fan with a seductive smile as she clapped her hands. This is great. 5 demonic pools with all 5 spirits. With you accompanying me, I won't be bored in the future. The demonic woman giggled. Who said I'm going to accompany you here? Yi Fan, who was in the blood pool, turned around and looked at the demonic woman in the demonic desire pool with his glaring red eyes. The demonic woman giggled. You're now a blood demon. From now on, you can only stay in this demonic blood pool. You won't be able to leave. Yi Fan's lips curled up as he slowly raised his leg. Crash! Yi Fan's leg, which was covered in demonic blood, stepped out of the blood pool. A bloody footprint immediately appeared on the black ground. This scene caused the demonic woman in the demonic desire pool to widen her eyes in shock. He was actually able to leave the demonic blood pool. How is this possible? The demonic woman asked in shock. The 5 demonic pools all had the demonic ancestor's enchantment. As long as one couldn't resist the demonic intent of the demonic pools, they wouldn't be able to leave the enchantment. However, this fellow wasn't restricted by the enchantment at all. The demonic woman's face was filled with disbelief. Crash! Yi Fan's other leg also stepped out of the demonic blood pool. Naked, he walked in front of the dumbfounded demonic woman with a sinister smile. He reached out his hand and pinched her chin. For me, nothing is impossible. Yi Fan smiled as he moved his face closer to the demonic woman. After saying that, Yi Fan let go of the demonic woman and slowly walked towards the cave entrance. The demonic woman looked at Yi Fan's back in disbelief. She was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Chapter 552. Upon hearing this voice, the red-haired, naked Yi Fan stopped at the entrance of the cave. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile as he stood there quietly. The person who had spoken was none other than the other him in his body. What did you call me for? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Are you planning to go out like this? The Yi Fan his mind asked in return. Yi Fan lowered his head and looked at his naked body. Then he smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and gently turned around. Buzz, a dazzling red light, flashed around Yi Fan's body like a red whirlwind. Whoosh! Following the flash of red light, Yifan's appearance instantly changed. At this moment, he was wearing a red crystal crown on his head, a blood-red robe, a red jade belt around his waist, and a pair of red immortal shoes on his feet. Coupled with his long hair that was both red and blood-red, he looked like a demon immortal or a blood demon descending to the mortal world. This should be fine, right? Yifan opened his blood-red eyes and raised his arms. He lowered his head and looked at his appearance as he smiled. I'm not talking about this. The voice in his mind spoke again. Not this? Then what is it? Yifan lowered his head and stroked a strand of red hair in front of his body as he asked with a smile. The current you is not you, the Yifan in his body said calmly. Oh, is that so? Yifan raised his head and smiled as he stroked his red hair. Believe me, this is not how you want to be, the voice in his mind said. Your mind has been completely devoured by the demonic consciousness in the blood demon pool. You're no longer the original you. So what? Yifan smiled evilly. I like the current me. Listen to my advice, the voice in his mind continued. While the demonic consciousness has just entered your mind and has not yet stabilized, you should quickly get rid of it and regain your consciousness. Otherwise, once the demonic consciousness completely takes control of you, you will truly become a demon. Regain consciousness? Ha ha! When the red-robed Yifan heard this, he immediately raised his head and laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? The voice in his head asked. I tell you, I've never been so sober. Yifan stopped laughing and said, The old me is already dead. The current me is the real me. You just stay in the bamboo forest and live your peaceful days. Don't meddle in other people's business. You and I will mind our own business. Naturally, we will live in harmony. Understand? As Yifan spoke, he placed his hands behind his back and stepped forward, preparing to leave the cave. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The voice in his head began to turn cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan, who had been walking slowly, stopped in his tracks. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he couldn't move at all. What are you trying to do? Yifan, who was frozen in place, narrowed his eyes and asked, You've lost your mind. You're filled with demonic thoughts and murderous intent. If you go out like this, I don't know how many people you'll kill, the voice in his head said coldly. Instead of letting you kill, I'd rather you stay in the heavenly devil cave with that wish. That way, the world won't be plunged into chaos and suffering. I advise you not to go against me, Yifan said calmly. I didn't touch you because you're also a part of me. It doesn't mean that I can't kill you. Even if I don't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't. Since you admit that I'm a part of you, then this body doesn't belong to you alone. I have a part of it too, the voice in his head said. As for killing me, you can try. Yifan sneered. You? You want to control my body? Buzz. As Yifan spoke, a red glow burst out from his body and flames appeared. At the same time, Yifan slowly raised his left foot and stepped forward. Yifan's face revealed a smug smile. However, his evil smile quickly disappeared. Buzz. Just as his left foot was about to touch the ground, a green flame appeared. The green flame flickered and suppressed the red flame by half. After the green flame appeared, Yifan slowly retracted his left foot and returned to his original position. It's the proud moon heavenly scripture. Yifan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, I'll let you out of the cave when you regain your mind, the voice in his head said calmly. It seems that if I don't get rid of you today, I'll have a lot of trouble in the future. Yifan said coldly and slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh! The moment he closed his eyes, the green and red flames enveloping Yifan's body instantly disappeared into thin air. Yifan also began to turn silent and did not move at all. The witch in the lust demon pool couldn't understand this scene. Who was he talking to? Who was he going to kill? Who was a part of him? What was wrong with him? Why wasn't he moving? Countless questions circled in the witch's mind. Whoosh! A red figure appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest. Yifan's red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were bloodshot. He slowly descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. He had used his telekinesis to bring her to the bamboo forest in order to get rid of this wisp of her soul from her previous life. At this time, the other Yi Fan was wearing a white robe. He calmly looked at the descending Yi Fan, who was covered in demonic energy. Whoosh, compared to the gentle breeze from before, this time, the bamboo forest was filled with a strong gust of wind. The tall bamboos were violently bent by the wind and made creaking sounds. Amidst the fluttering bamboo leaves, the two of them stood with their hands behind their backs. They were silent and looked at each other. The fierce wind blew the red and white robes of the two of them, causing them to flutter in the wind. One of them was an omnipotent blood demon with red lips and red eyes. His red hair fluttered in the wind. The other was an eldritch soul essence with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. His silver hair fluttered in the wind. The two top-notch experts faced each other in the bamboo forest. What we're doing isn't considered killing each other, right? Hong Pao Yi Fan was the first to break the silence and asked. No, white-robed Yi Fan answered. Why? Hong Pao Yi Fan asked with a smile. I just said that the current you is no longer you. You are a demon. White-robed Yi Fan said calmly. Fighting a demon is to eliminate the demon and protect the Tao. How can it be considered killing each other? Eliminate the demon and protect the Tao? He. Hong Pao Yi Fan laughed and said, Why didn't you come out to persuade me before I came to the demon realm? Now that I have the power of the heavenly demon, you are righteous and awe-inspiring. You're talking about clearing the demonic thoughts and restoring my mind. Is there any meaning to it? If you want to obtain the power of the heavenly demon, I will definitely not stop you. White-robed Yi Fan said to red-clothed Yi Fan. But the prerequisite is that you must maintain your original intentions. Now that you have demonic thoughts and a burning desire to kill, you are no longer the you of the past. So what? Red-clothed Yi Fan flung his sleeve and said angrily, I was too stupid in the past. I was soft-hearted and indecisive. If I had obtained the power of the heavenly demon earlier, how could Chico have ended up with an incomplete soul? How could Xiao Zhao and Hong Ji have ended up with a fox body and died from blood loss? White-robed Yi Fan frowned, and his expression changed when he heard this. Although Yi Fan had entered the demon realm and his mind had been devoured by the demonic thoughts, he was still thinking about the three of them. It seemed that he could still be saved. You are right. If you had obtained the power of the heavenly demon earlier, the three of them would not have ended up like this. White-robed Yi Fan said, But have you ever thought about this? Once you have turned into a demon, will your Chico be happy? Will she be willing to see your demonic aura fill the sky and become bloodthirsty? She will definitely be like you in the past, running around and thinking of ways to get rid of your demonic nature. She will even enter the demon realm. What about Xiao Zhao? Do you think she'll feel better when she sees you in such a hideous state? Maybe she will use her own inner core to get rid of the demonic nature in your heart like before. As for Akatsuki, she will definitely be sent by Matsumoto Takeyoshi to find the 9 cauldrons. She will risk her life, and in the end, she will end up in a worse state. In the worst-case scenario, even if they accept your current appearance, they will still suffer unbearable pain and die alone. You are spouting nonsense. Yi Fan, who was dressed in a red robe, was instantly enraged when he heard this. Boom! A red flame suddenly rose from Yi Fan's body and reached a height of more than 100 feet. Buzz, buzz, buzz within the red flame. More than 10 huge black lightning bolts shuttled back and forth, making buzzing sounds. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes were blood red and his gaze was ferocious. His red hair rose to the sky. I want your life. Hong Pao Yi Fan roared and instantly transformed into a huge black and red pillar of light, charging straight at white-robed Yi Fan. Seeing red-clothed Yi Fan's ferocious charge, white-robed Yi Fan did not dare to delay and immediately used his supreme skill, Proud Moon Heavenly Scripture. Boom! An enormous 7-colored flame rose up from the white-robed Yi Fan's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo purple. The rainbow lightning bolts shuttled back and forth like 7 huge dragons, radiating brilliance in all directions. Whoosh! White-robed Yi Fan transformed into a rainbow light pillar and charged forward at high speed. Boom! A huge sound rang out, and the ground shook. Lights splashed everywhere, and waves of energy dispersed. One was the power of the heavenly demon. The other was the proud moon heavenly scripture. The two supreme skills instantly clashed in midair. Boom! 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 As the two supreme experts' palms met, the rainbow light pillar instantly expanded from their palms at high speed. Bang! 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 The shockwaves from the two supreme skills shattered the ground around the two of them and sent them flying into the air, and all the bamboo forest was instantly shattered into pieces. Of all the things in the bamboo forest, only one thing remained intact. That ancient well. The power of the two supreme skills did not seem to have any effect on the ancient well. In midair, the red and white Yi Fan's palms were facing each other. They looked at each other and were locked in a stalemate. Around the two of them, a 300 zhong wide ball of light completely enveloped them. Red-clothed Yi Fan's half of the ball of light was dazzling red and black lightning crackled. White-robed Yi Fan's half of the ball of light was dazzling and resplendent with rainbow lightning. Their robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as they glared at each other. "You're spouting nonsense. You're spouting nonsense." Within the ball of light, the red-clothed Yi Fan stared at the white-clothed Yi Fan with bloodshot eyes. He roared, "They won't spend the rest of their lives alone. They won't." "Why won't they?" The white-robed Yi Fan roared loudly. "In your previous life, you were both righteous and evil. Even so, the heavenly court sent 7 true immortals to the lower realm to capture you. If you were to fall into the demonic Tao and harm living beings, your sins would be monstrous. How would the heavens tolerate you? They will definitely send down lightning to destroy you. If you die, won't they die alone? If you repent now, it's not too late. Otherwise, your body and soul will be destroyed, and not even your bones will be left. You'll hurt your loved ones and delight your enemies." White-robed Yi Fan's words were like a bolt from the blue that pierced red-clothed Yi Fan's heart. His eyes widened as he froze in midair. His other self was right. If he could not control the demonic qi in his heart and the killing intent rising, he would definitely attract the wrath of lightning. When that happened, his soul would be destroyed, and his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, would definitely not live alone. While red-clothed Yi Fan was in a daze, white-robed Yi Fan suddenly exerted his strength. "Wake up!" Boom! Half of red-clothed Yi Fan's black and red ball of light instantly shattered. Red-clothed Yi Fan's body immediately smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. Red-clothed Yi Fan landed on the ground at high speed. Even so, red-clothed Yi Fan's body did not move as he stood quietly on the ground. At this moment, he had the strength to fight with white-robed Yi Fan for 300 rounds. However, he did not want to continue fighting. Buzz, right when Yi Fan had lost all will to fight and was gradually awakening, a dazzling flame of light that shot into the sky appeared around his body once more. A strong desire to kill once again rushed into his consciousness. This time, the flames were almost twice as strong as before, reaching a height of several hundred feet. Buzz! Within the flames, a blood-red skull that was 90 feet tall appeared out of thin air. Yi Fan's red hair rushed to the sky as he roared to the sky. Whoosh! 7 rays of red light shot out from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Chapter 553. As Yi Fan roared at the sky, the huge blood-red skull in the sky instantly expanded. Its face was ferocious, and its killing intent was boundless. The demonic consciousness that had taken over Yi Fan's consciousness would never allow him to regain his consciousness. Whoosh! Seeing Yi Fan's demonic nature erupt, the white rogue Yi Fan, who was in midair, frowned. His body instantly disappeared, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Blood Rogue Yi Fan. Ha! White Rogue Yi Fan stretched out one hand and pressed on Blood Rogue Yi Fan's bi-wee acupoint. Buzz! A huge ball of bright green light appeared above White Rogue Yi Fan's palm. The dazzling green light instantly suppressed the red light above Yi Fan's head until it reached his neck. The red light above his head retreated, and the 7 red lights that had shot out from Hong Pao Yi Fan's 7 orifices instantly disappeared. Yi Fan's consciousness slowly began to clear. Even so, the red light that had been suppressed at his neck was still accumulating strength, preparing to counterattack and regain control of Yi Fan's consciousness. You, hurry, kill me. Hong Pao Yi Fan resisted the endless killing intent in his heart and spoke intermittently to White Rogue Yi Fan, who was suppressing the demonic consciousness. After I die, you must save him. At this moment, Yi Fan already understood that he had been devoured by the demonic consciousness. While he was still conscious, he wanted to make arrangements for his death to White Rogue Yi Fan. There was only one way to stop him now, and that was to let White Rogue Yi Fan kill him and then take over his body to fulfill his unfulfilled wish. No matter what, it was better to be killed by him than to be killed by the lightning. If he was killed by him, he might be able to reincarnate and continue his fate with Chico in the future. But if he was killed by the lightning, his soul would scatter and his body and soul would be destroyed. He would completely disappear from this world. Don't talk nonsense. You can do it. White Rogue Yi Fan roared as he tried his best to suppress Blood Rogue Yi Fan's demonic thoughts. Unfortunately, the demonic will in Yi Fan's body was too strong. Even he couldn't suppress it for too long. Buzz! The red glow around Yi Fan's neck began to slowly push back the green glow around the White Rogue Yi Fan's neck. Chin, nose, eyes, the red glow slowly crept up, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Yi Fan's forehead. At this moment, in the full moon pavilion on Feng Ming Mountain, the black flames on Yi Fan's body suddenly soared. Within the flames, the huge black character began to change. The first stroke of the character slowly turned red. Then, like blood, it slowly flowed down and gradually filled the entire character. Wu! Baihu, who had been lying quietly beside Yi Fan, raised her head and widened her clear eyes. She stared straight at the huge character behind Yi Fan that had turned as red as blood. Please, please, Blood Rogue Yi Fan said quietly as he slowly closed his eyes. The red glow had already crept up to Yi Fan's head. Buzz! When the red glow completely covered Yi Fan, 10,000 rays of red light shot out from Yi Fan's body in all directions. Buzz! In the full moon pavilion, the demonic character in the black flames was instantly filled by the red glow. Whoosh! After the demonic character was filled, Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, instantly shot out countless rays of dazzling red light. Boom! 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 The white light shattered and sparks flew everywhere. The red glow exploded and waves of energy spread in all directions. The 3 barriers that Yi Fan had set up before he turned into a demon were instantly shattered by the 10,000 rays of red light. Countless fragments of light fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Fan's body was shining brightly. His red hair danced in the wind, and the black flames soared into the sky. The demonic character was like blood, and he looked like a god of death. In the middle of Yi Fan's eyebrows, a blood-red character was written upside down. The red light was dazzling and dazzling. Following the appearance of the character, an extremely dense and boundless killing intent instantly spread out from Yi Fan's body. Woo! The white fox was so frightened by the strong killing intent that its hair stood on end, and its hair stood on end. She sobbed and ran more than 100 feet away from the pavilion. While trembling, she looked at Yi Fan, who was enveloped in red light. She lay on all fours on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe. Even Baihu, who was so close to Yi Fan, was so scared. It was easy to imagine just how strong this killing intent was. In the middle of the chaotic bamboo forest, Yi Fan, who was enveloped in red light, slowly opened his eyes. There was a sinister smile on his face. He turned around and smiled at White Rogue Yi Fan, who had a serious expression on his face. "You had a chance to kill me just now. Why didn't you do it?" The blood-red Rogue Yi Fan asked White Rogue Yi Fan with a smile. "To be honest, I couldn't do it," White Rogue Yi Fan said as he looked at the character written upside down on Yi Fan's forehead. He closed his eyes in pain. At this time, Yi Fan's demonic intent had solidified. He had lost his mind and become a demon. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. I wonder if Eldritch from 300 years ago has foreseen this. White Rogue Yi Fan thought to himself, "Since you didn't kill me, you definitely won't fight with me again, right?" The blood-red Rogue Yi Fan said with a smile. "You've already formed a devil puppet and become a heavenly demon. Even I can only fight you to a draw." White-robed, Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. "Since I didn't kill you, I naturally won't fight with you again. You can leave." The blood-red robe, Yi Fan smiled when he heard this. He reached out and patted white-robed Yi Fan's shoulder before slowly walking away. "I hope that Eldritch expected you to turn into a demon. I also hope that you can wake up soon." White-robed Yi Fan's voice came from behind Hong Pao Yi Fan. "You're not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish?" As the blood-red robed Yi Fan spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up. His figure instantly disappeared. After the blood-red robed Yi Fan disappeared, white-robed Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he looked up at the sky and sighed. "Eldritch, what are you trying to do?" At the bottom of Night Demon Peak, the black-robed demon Sovereign Tenmoni stood there quietly. He looked up at the peak with a calm expression. Behind him, the four protectors, purple, white, gold, and green, stood side by side behind Tenmoni. Their expressions were complicated, especially the purple-robed Yumoji. Her brows were furrowed together, and she looked worried. She wasn't worried that Yi Fan wouldn't be able to reach the peak of Night Demon Peak. Instead, she was worried about whether Yi Fan could resist the demonic intent of the Blood Demon Pool. The other three protectors looked at each other with a tacit understanding. In their opinion, even if Yi Fan could successfully reach the peak, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the demonic intent of the 5 great demonic pools. If their guess was correct, Yi Fan should have already become a part of the demonic pools. His primordial spirit should have dissipated and he should be dead. Waiting here was a complete waste of time. Demon's Sovereign, the white-robed protector Yin Masheng, said to the Demon's Sovereign, "You have already waited here for a day and a night. With the 4 of us here, you should return to the Heavenly Devil Palace to rest." Tenmoni waved his hand, indicating that Yin Masheng didn't need to say anything more. Yin Masheng lowered his head and didn't say anything else. Asterisk, buzz, asterisk, just as everyone continued to wait. 3 red lights flashed from the peak of Night Demon Peak. Seeing these 3 red lights, a smile appeared on Tenmoni's face. Yi Fan had successfully entered the demonic state. From now on, there was another heavenly devil expert in the demonic realm. "He's back," Tenmoni said with a smile. Once Tenmoni said this, the expressions of the 4 protectors behind him changed drastically. Yumoji was even more shocked and overjoyed. Yi Fan didn't die. Although the 4 of them had powerful demonic powers, in the surroundings of Night Demon Peak, other than heavenly devil powers, all other powers were useless. The 3 red lights could only be seen by Tenmoni, the Demon Sovereign. The 4 of them couldn't see them at all. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, the 3 red lights in the sky were extremely fast. They instantly broke through the clouds and descended rapidly. Yi Fan's red robes and red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and the word swastika written on his forehead was even more eye-catching. The 3 red lights that Tenmoni saw were Yi Fan's eyes and the word swastika written on his forehead. This scene left the 4 protectors on the ground dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Red hair, red robes, red lips, and the word swastika written in red. The reincarnation of Eldritch, Yi Fan, had turned into a blood demon. Since the establishment of the demonic realm, apart from the demon sovereigns, no one had dared to enter the blood demon pool, let alone resist the demonic power of resentment in the blood demon pool and turn into a blood demon. However, Yi Fan only used one day and one night to successfully reach the peak, enter the blood demon pool, and obtain the heavenly devil powers. As expected of the reincarnation of Eldritch, he was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! While everyone was still in shock, Yi Fan, who was in midair, disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! The red rogue Yi Fan appeared in front of Tenmoni out of thin air. At this time, Yi Fan had turned into a blood demon and had the heavenly devil powers of an immortal. Naturally, he wasn't restricted by Night Demon Peak. Brother Demon. After Yi Fan appeared, he immediately smiled and cupped his hands toward Tenmoni. Ha ha! Tenmoni looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He pressed down on Yi Fan's shoulder and said, "Brother, you didn't disappoint me. You turned into a blood demon in a day." "Thank you, Brother Demon." As Yi Fan spoke, he looked at Yumoji, who was standing behind Tenmoni, with a look of surprise on her face. Yumoji nodded lightly in response. "You and I are brothers. There's no need to be so polite." Tenmoni patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Yi Fan smiled but didn't say anything. "For demons, listen to my command." Tenmoni turned to the four people behind him and said, "Yes, sir." The four guardians lowered their heads and replied in unison. "From today onwards, Mr. Eldritch is the Blood Demon Lord of the Blood Demon Realm. His position is second only to mine. The four of you must assist him well and not neglect him." Tenmoni said calmly to the four demons behind him. The four demons were shocked to hear this. The Blood Demon Lord was second only to one and above all. This young man had only been in the Devil Realm for 4 days, and he had already obtained such a revered position that far surpassed theirs. This was something that had never been seen before in the Devil World. It had never happened before. The four of them looked at each other in disbelief. Yumoji couldn't believe her ears. "What? Didn't you hear what I said?" Tenmoni looked back at the four demons when he saw that they were stunned. "We dare not." The four of them replied in unison. "Then hurry up and greet your Demon Lord." Tenmoni turned around and smiled at Yi Fan. "We greet the Demon Lord. We wish the Demon Lord good health." The four of them knelt on the ground and bowed to Yi Fan. "Brother Demon, you and I are brothers. There's no need for this, right?" Yi Fan looked at the four kneeling guardians and said to Tenmoni with a frown, "Since we're brothers, we should share our joys and sorrows." Tenmoni put his arm around Yi Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "If you refuse, it means that you don't treat me as a brother." "What are you saying, Brother Demon? I'm only where I am today because of Brother Demon's help. I can't thank you enough. How can I not treat Brother Demon as a brother?" Yi Fan said, "If you really want to thank me, then agree." Tenmoni looked at Yi Fan and said, "All right, I agree." Yi Fan replied, "Brother Demon, please let them rise. They're greeting you. You should be the one to let them rise." Tenmoni smiled. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "Everyone, please rise." Yi Fan extended his hand and said to the four demons, "Thank you, Demon Lord." The four of them replied in unison and slowly stood up. Chapter 554. Jadeite Palace. Magnificent Jade Pavilion. Night. On the huge and exquisite jadeite table, there were close to 100 exquisite delicacies, all kinds of fresh fruits, wine, and everything else. Devil World Supreme Tenmoni, who was dressed in a luxurious black robe, sat on the exquisite jadeite throne with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was very happy. His best friend had turned into a blood demon and became his right-hand man. How could he not be happy? On his left side seat, Yi Fan, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, had a smile on his face, and a pair of bloody eyes were shining brightly. Now, not only did he have the heavenly demon's power, he had also become the Devil World's Devil Monarch. Naturally, he was in a good mood. On both sides of the two sat 8 Devil World experts. The 4 on the left were the 4 protectors of purple, white, gold, and green: Yumoji, Yin Ma Sheng, Feng Ma Chen, and Water Demon Ling. The four on the right were the four generals of the devil army who guarded the four major directions of the devil world. The four of them were Devil General who guarded the east of the devil world, Gui Masha; Devil General who guarded the west of the devil world, Shur Masha; Devil General who guarded the south of the devil world, Devil Spirit; Devil General who guarded the north of the devil world, Devil Barrier. The four generals of the devil world each commanded 100,000 devil soldiers, guarding the four directions of the devil world, and were responsible for the safety of the entire devil world. After Tenmoni conferred Yi Fan as the Blood Demon Monarch, he immediately ordered the four generals to be summoned back from the borders of the devil world. When the four generals heard that eldritch reincarnation of Yi Fan had turned into a blood demon, they were shocked. But even so, they were still a little resentful towards the devil monarch for conferring Yi Fan as the blood demon monarch. In terms of cultivation, Yi Fan had turned into a blood demon and obtained the heavenly demon's power, far surpassing the four protectors and the four generals. But then again, having cultivation did not necessarily mean that one had the ability to command. This brat had only been in the devil world for a few days, and he had not even learned everything in the devil world, yet he had already become their superior. How could they, who had guarded the four directions of the devil world for more than 1,000 years, accept this? The four demon generals were not the only ones who felt resentment. Feng Mo Chun and Water Demon Ling were also feeling displeased. In their opinion, Tenmoni could promote Yi Fan, but not to the extent of promoting him to such a high position as the Devil Lord. He was conferred the title of the fifth protector, Blood Devil Envoy. This was the most suitable position for him. Any one of the 8 people present had thousands of years of experience. The position of the Devil Monarch could be anyone but him. Apart from the purple-clothed protector Yumoji and the white-clothed protector Yin Ma Sheng, the other 6 were expressionless as they sat in silence. The atmosphere was heavy for a moment. Today, the 4 demons and 4 generals have been summoned to the Sky Devil Palace to celebrate the birth of the first blood devil in the history of the Devil Realm, Mr. Eldritch. Saying this, Tenmoni stood up from the emerald throne with the emerald wine cup in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first cup of wine to celebrate Mr. Eldritch's success in becoming a demon and obtaining the power of the heavenly demon. Voila! When the 4 demons and 4 generals saw the Devil Lord stand up, they naturally did not dare to delay. They immediately stood up and raised the wine cups in front of them. Although most of them had resentment in their hearts, they did not dare to disobey Tenmoni's words. Congratulations to the Devil Lord for successfully becoming a demon. The 8 of them said in unison to Yi Fan, "Thank you, Brother Devil, for fulfilling my wish. Thank you for your support." Yi Fan, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, stood up with a smile and raised the wine cup as he said to Tenmoni and the 8 of them, "Cheers!" Tenmoni said loudly as he raised the wine cup and downed it in one gulp. "Cheers!" The others echoed and downed the wine in their cups as well. This second cup of wine is to celebrate Mr. Eldritch becoming a member of the Devil Realm, Tenmoni said as he picked up the emerald wine pot and filled the cup. "From now on, Brother Yu is your Devil Lord. You must assist him well and not neglect him." As Tenmoni said this, he raised his head and glanced at the 4 generals of the Devil Army on his right, as well as Feng Ma Chun and Water Demon Ling on his left. He was well aware of what everyone was thinking. This sentence seemed to be a celebration for Yi Fan, but it was actually meant for the 6 of them. The 6 of them were smart and immediately understood the meaning behind Tenmoni's words. "Don't worry, Devil Lord. We will assist the Devil Lord with all our hearts and spare no effort," Balrog said as he filled the empty cup. "Come, let the 8 of us toast the Devil Lord together." He was giving the 6 of them a way out. The 6 of them understood tacitly and immediately filled their cups. Tenmoni smiled. Among the 8 of them, Balrog was the one who satisfied him the most and also the one who understood him the most. "Devil Lord above, your subordinates toast the Devil Lord." The 8 of them filled their cups and raised their wine cups to Yi Fan as they said in unison. The red-haired Yi Fan smiled and filled the empty cup in front of him with fine wine. He raised it to the 8 of them and drank it in one gulp. The 8 of them drank the wine in their cups. "Sit," Tinmoni said as he sat back down on the emerald throne. Everyone sat down. "Balrog, bring the things up." Tinmoni leaned back on the throne and said with a smile. "Yes," Balrog replied, and turned to the door and clapped his hands 3 times. As the jadeite door slowly opened, 9 women as beautiful as fairies entered with jade trays in their hands. Inside the trays, auspicious light surrounded them. After the 9 beauties entered, they bowed deeply to the Devil Lord before standing in a row. When everyone saw the items in the trays, they were shocked. The 9 items were 9 revolution chain demonic panacea, 8 treasures jade brocade robe, 7-star jade shattering demonic sword, 6 directions yin-yang glazed mirror, 5 elements demon refining pearl, for symbols firmament handkerchief, true fire crystal pagoda, twin dragons playing with pearl, golden flood dragon scissors, and a pure true devil seal. Each of these 9 items was a secret treasure of the devil realm and was unparalleled. Usually, these items were secretly stored in the Devil Treasure Pavilion. Who would have thought that they would be taken out today? "Brother Devil, these are—" Yifan turned to ask Tinmoni. "These are a small token of appreciation from your brother." "Brother, you must accept them," Tinmoni said to Yifan. When he said that, the 8 of them were shocked. They never thought that Tinmoni would give these 9 secret treasures to Yifan. Yumoji frowned. It was not a good thing that Tinmoni valued Yifan so much. The deeper Yifan went into the devil realm, the harder it would be for him to escape. For some reason, the current Yifan felt like a stranger to her. Although he was now a blood devil, Yumoji still felt that something was not right. The current Yifan was different from before he turned into a demon. Other than the changes in his cultivation, the aura that he exuded were completely different from before. Before he turned into a demon, Yifan's eyes were clear and his aura was calm. However, after he turned into a demon, Yifan's eyes were as sharp as a knife. His aura was thick and bloody, and his aura was murderous. Although Yifan was trying his best to hide his murderous aura, Yumoji was still able to see through it. Could it be that Yifan did not manage to resist the resentment in the Blood Devil pool? Impossible. However, Yumoji immediately rejected the idea. If that was the case, he would never have walked out of the Blood Devil pool. "Brother Devil, these things are too precious. How can I, Yifan, accept such generous gifts?" Yifan said to Tinmoni with a smile. "You're the demon lord now, so of course you can accept it." Tinmoni smiled at Yifan. "That's not all. From today onwards, this jadeite palace will be your temporary residence. Later, I'll arrange for a few more maids to serve you." "Brother Devil, you're too kind." Yifan smiled. Tinmoni smiled and stood up to raise his wine cup. Whoosh! Everyone stood up. "Come, this 3rd cup of wine. We'd like to, Brother Devil, this 3rd cup of wine should be mine to Brother Devil and everyone here." Yifan interrupted Tinmoni and reached out to block Tinmoni's wine cup. Tinmoni was taken aback at first, then shook his head and smiled. "All right, you're the star today. I'll listen to you," Tinmoni said with a smile. "Brother Devil, please take a seat. Everyone, please take a seat." Yifan looked around at everyone as he spoke. Tinmoni smiled and sat back down on the emerald throne. However, the 8 people did not dare to sit down. Yifan was now the Devil Lord. His position was second only to the Demon Lord. If he did not sit down, how could the 8 of them dare to sit down? "Brother Devil, it seems like I can't be the Devil Lord." Yifan smiled at Tinmoni and said, "No one listens to me. We dare not." The 8 people immediately answered in unison when they heard Yifan's words. "Then take a seat." Tinmoni smiled at the 8 of them. "Yes." The 8 people replied and took their seats. "Brother Devil, are these things mine now?" Yifan asked Tinmoni with a smile. "Of course they are." Tinmoni smiled. "That's good," Yifan said and walked slowly to the first maid. He took the pure, true devil seal from the tray. This devil seal was 5 inches long and as black as ink. An ancient devil beast was carved on it. Its body was covered in black ink, and its eyes were green and golden. It was very lifelike. Yi Fan took the devil seal and went directly to the white-robed Balrog. Seeing Yi Fan in front of him, Balrog immediately prepared to stand up. Yi Fan reached out and pressed him down on the seat. Brother Balrog, 800 years ago, when Brother Devil was in seclusion to cultivate the devil, Loose Devil Een Bailuo infiltrated the devil world. He wanted to steal the devil world's heavenly devil art while Brother Devil was in seclusion. Yi Fan said to Balrog, in order to protect the heavenly devil art, Brother Balrog fought with his life. He was seriously injured and his devil spirit was almost exhausted. He swore to protect the devil art with his life. This pure, true devil seal has an endless supply of devil spirit. Yi Fan placed the devil seal in Balrog's hand. Then, he picked up the wine pot on the table and filled Balrog's wine cup to the brim. Balrog's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Only Demon Lord Tenmoni and Yi Fan knew about this matter. No one else knew about it. How'd he know about this? Balrog could not understand. He was not the only one who was shocked. The remaining 7 people were as well. They first looked at Balrog Shung, then at Celestial Moni. Tenmoni smiled, but did not comment. Brother Balrog, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Yi Fan held up the wine cup and handed it to Balrog with both hands. Devil Lord. Balrog took the wine cup from Yi Fan with both hands and drained it in one gulp. Yi Fan did not address him as Devil Lord. Instead, he addressed him as a brother. Furthermore, he personally poured wine for him and gave him a treasure as a gift. He even announced his battle achievements to the public. He was greatly moved by this. Yi Fan patted Balrog's shoulder and turned to the maidservant. He took the 7-star jade breaking demon shattering sword from the tray and went to the blue-robed protector, Water Demon Bell. The incomparably beautiful water demon Ling Ling frowned and stood up. Yi Fan extended his hand through the air and the Water Demon Bell immediately fell back onto its seat. 630 years ago, the Demon Realm's traitor, Drunken Flower Spirit, used the excuse of becoming a demon to infiltrate the Demon Realm. He used his own flower poison to kill the Demon Treasure Pavilion's guards in an attempt to steal the Demon Realm's secret treasure. Protector Demon Bell's cultivation was inferior. She was poisoned, and her sword was broken. This 7-star sword can cut gold and jade and slay demons and devils. Today, I'll give this sword to Miss Demon Bell as a reward. Yi Fan gave the sword to Water Demon Bell with both hands as he spoke. Water Demon Bell lowered her head and received it with both hands. This matter was similar to Balrog's matter. Only the person involved and Tenmoni knew about it. No one else knew about it. This cup of wine is a toast to Miss Demon Bell. Yi Fan filled the cup and handed it to Water Demon Bell with both hands. Thank you, Demon Lord. Water Demon Bell frowned as she received the wine and drank it. 1,200 years ago, the Demon Realm and Ghost Realm joined forces and attacked the Demon Realm. Yi Fan turned and walked to the maids. 4 demon generals led the demon army and fought the ghost soldiers and demon generals for 3 days and 3 nights. They refused to back down. Demon General was poisoned. General Mo Shah lost his left arm. General Mo Gue was stabbed 18 times, and General Mo Ji was hit by more than 10 arrows. Even so, the 4 of them still fought bravely. They were role models. As Yi Fan spoke, he took the tripartite true fire crystal pagoda, twin dragons playing with pearl golden flood dragon scissors, 9 revolution chain demon panacea, and 5 elements demon, refining demon, vanquishing orb from the trays in the hands of the 4 maids. Generals, the reason why the demon realm is where it is today is all because of your bravery, Yi Fan said as he handed the 4 treasures to the 4 demon generals. The 4 demon generals in black armor stood up and received the treasures with both hands. Thank you, Demon Lord. The 4 of them replied in unison. At this moment, the 4 of them did not feel good at all. Yi Fan's words struck a chord in their hearts. After pouring wine for the 4 demon generals, Yi Fan continued to distribute the treasures. He gave the 6 directions yin-yang glazed mirror Tefong Mo Chun, and the 4 appearances Indomitable Universal Handkerchief to Yumoji. When he gave Yumoji the treasures, Yifan winked at Yumoji with a mischievous smile. Yumoji's face immediately flushed red. I think the position of Demon Lord should be given to you, Tenmoni said with a smile as he watched Yifan distribute the treasures. Yifan smiled and returned to his seat. You've distributed 8 of the 9 great treasures. Only the 8 treasures brocade robe is left, Tenmoni said with a smile. You're not going to give us away, are you? I'll accept this, Yifan said with a smile. How can a demon lord do that? Tenmoni said with a smile. I'll give you 2 more items, but you can't give them away this time. As Tenmoni said that, he waved his sleeve at the jade table. Chapter 555. On the jadeite table, 2 boxes made of rare jade were placed on top of it. 2 boxes, 1 big and 1 small, 1 long and 1 short, 1 black and 1 red. The big box was 4 feet long and 7 inches wide. It was completely carved out of a piece of top-grade black jade. Its entire body was smooth, and its design was simple and unadorned. Black energy swirled around it, and black light surged around it. The small box was carved out of a piece of ruby. It was 6 inches square, and its color was as red as blood. It was wrapped in a red light, an auspicious aura arose around it. The 8 people present looked at each other with a puzzled expression. They didn't know what was inside the 2 boxes, but from the light they emitted, it was clear that the items inside were extraordinary. Brother Devil, what is this? Yifan looked at the 2 boxes on the jadeite table with a pair of blood-red eyes and asked with a smile. Tenmoni smiled and slowly extended his hand. He pushed the 6-inch red box in front of Yifan with the back of his hand. Open it and take a look, Tenmoni said with a smile. Yifan smiled and slowly opened the box in front of him. A soft red light emitted from the box, allowing everyone to see the item inside. Inside the treasure box, there was a red jade pendant that was about 5 inches in size. Yifan took the token out of the box and held it in his hand, carefully examining it. The jade pendant was warm to the touch. It was as red as blood, sparkling and translucent. Both sides of the jade pendant were engraved with ancient seal characters. The front side was engraved with the words Blood Demon, and the back side was engraved with the ancient seal character Order. Blood Demon token. Yifan looked at the blood-red token in his hand and raised his head to look at Tenmoni. That's right, Blood Demon token, Tenmoni said with a smile. You are now the Demon Monarch. How can you not have a token with you? This Blood Demon token has existed since the time the Demon Ancestor created the Demon Realm. Since half a month ago, this Blood Demon token has been glowing and emitting a crisp sound. I didn't know what it meant, but now it seems that this item has sensed its new master. Ha ha, Tenmoni said and laughed loudly. Oh. Yifan smiled and asked, Is there such a thing? Don't underestimate this Blood Demon token, Tenmoni said to Yifan with a smile. This thing is not as simple as a status symbol. What? Does this token have any other uses? Yifan asked. Of course. Tenmoni laughed. With this Blood Demon token, you can enter and exit the netherworld at will. You can also use this token to mobilize 100,000 demons. Entering the underworld? 100,000 devil soldiers? Yifan's eyes lit up. In the demon realm, ghost realm, and devil realm, each realm has a token like this for communication, Tenmoni explained. Besides the Lord of the 3 realms, only the holder of the token can freely travel through the 3 realms without restriction. The token in your hand is one of the 3 tokens, the Blood Devil token. The other 2 tokens are the Demon Realm's Evil Demon token and the Ghost Realm's Ghost token. You must take good care of this token. Do not let it leave your body, and do not let it fall into the hands of others. Remember. Then I will respectfully accept, Yifan said and hung the Blood Demon token on his waist. Come. Take a look at the treasure I have prepared for you. Tenmoni smiled and pushed the long black jade box in front of Yifan. You will definitely like the things inside. Oh, what is inside? What can make Brother Devil praise it so much? Yifan asked with a smile. Whether the things inside are to Brother Yu's taste, Brother you will know with a look. Tinmoni smiled and kept him in suspense. Then I would like to see it. Yi Fan smiled and reached out to open the treasure box in front of him. Buzz? As soon as the treasure box was opened, a dazzling black light shot out from the box and soared into the sky. Yi Fan's red hair was instantly blown up by the black light and fluttered in the wind. What a powerful devil spirit. What kind of treasure was inside this box? It actually had such a powerful devil spirit. The black light that filled the room shocked the 8 people present. The black light that erupted illuminated Yi Fan's handsome face. At this time, he had already stood up from his jade seat. His blood-red eyes were wide open, and his face was full of shock. In the middle of his eyebrows, the red swastika, written in reverse, appeared especially dazzling in the black light. Tinmoni looked at Yi Fan's shocked expression and smiled. He picked up the jade wine bottle and gently took a sip of the wine. Everything was as he had expected. Yi Fan liked this item very much. When the black light that erupted gradually returned to the black jade box, and the stirred-up air gradually calmed down, everyone immediately looked at the box to see what was inside. Inside the treasure box, a long black saber came into view. The saber was 4 feet and 4 inches long and 3 inches wide. Its whole body was as black as ink, and black gas lingered around it. On both sides of the scabbard, there were pictures of the 4 kinds of ghosts engraved on it. They were vivid and lifelike. At the top of the saber's hilt, there was a ferocious-looking black skull in the shape of a roaring roar. What was even more inconceivable was that there was also a swastika written in reverse on top of the black skull's head. Yi Fan slowly reached out with a serious face and gently stroked the black saber in the box, as if he was seeing an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. Buzz? The moment he touched the black saber in the black jade box instantly let out a crisp sound. At the same time, the black skull's eyes and the swastika written in reverse on top of its head instantly became red and dazzling. Yi Fan held the saber and slowly took out of the box. You're the Demon King now, so you naturally need a weapon that matches you. Tinmoni slowly put down the jade wine goblet in his hand and smiled. The Blood Drinker saber was refined by the demon ancestor in the Blood Demon pool using a rib of the Blood Demon Beast mount, the Blood Demon Beast. On the day the saber was refined, it rained blood for 3 days in the demon realm. Because this saber's demonic intent is too strong and its murderous aura is too strong, no demon lord has ever used it and has always kept it in the saber tomb. Now that you've entered the Blood Demon pool and turned into a blood demon, this saber is the most suitable weapon for you. Yi Fan held the saber's hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left hand as he began to draw the saber. Clang! With the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, the blood-drinking saber's body began to slowly be drawn from the scabbard. Buzz! Less than an inch after the blood-drinking saber came out of the scabbard, thousands of dazzling black lights burst out from the blood-drinking saber's body. Whoosh! Surging waves of air instantly exploded in Yuhua Pavilion. Clang! The jade vase that was as tall as a person in the room was directly blown to the ground and shattered into jade fragments. Crash! The delicacies and wine on the jade table were instantly blown to the ground, and wine and dishes were scattered all over the floor. The maids holding the trays had never seen such a scene before. They screamed and hid behind the jade pillars, trembling in fear. Swish! 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 Seeing this, the 4 demons and 4 generals used their movement techniques and instantly retreated 10 meters away. Only Tinmoni, the demon lord, was still sitting steadily beside Yi Fan. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! In the black light, Yi Fan, dressed in a red robe, opened his blood-red eyes wide and laughed loudly. Boom! When the blood-drinking saber was completely drawn from the scabbard, a black flame instantly rose from Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with blood-red light, and the swastika between his eyebrows shone dazzlingly. His blood-red robe fluttered without wind, and his red hair soared to the sky. Ah! In the black flame, a huge skull with a dazzling red light roared loudly, and its open mouth took up almost half of the skull. The skull's roar was a mix of male and female voices, and its pitch was extremely high. Bang, bang, bang. A huge glass mirror embedded in the wall of Yuhua Pavilion was instantly shattered by the blood-red skull's roar, and it turned into golden fragments that filled the sky. Tenmoni looked at Yi Fan in the black flame with a smile on his face. He still held the jade wine bottle in his hand, and he took a sip from it from time to time. Blood-drinking saber. I like it. Yi Fan in the black flame held the blood-drinking saber in front of him and said with a wicked smile. Buzz. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, the blood-drinking saber in front of him suddenly shone brightly. The black light was resplendent, and a trace of blood-red light appeared on the beautiful, curved blade. Brother Yu, put away your saber, Tenmoni said to Yi Fan in the black flame with a smile. If this continues, the Jade Palace will be destroyed. When Yi Fan in the black flame heard this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Tenmoni with his blood-red eyes. His eyes were filled with endless, killing intent, and it was extremely terrifying. Tenmoni smiled and looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and retracted his gaze in an instant. He slowly sheathed the blood-drinking saber in his hand. Once the blood-drinking saber was sheathed, all the light disappeared instantly. Yi Fan also returned to his previous appearance. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone, Yi Fan said with a smile as he looked at the mess in the Jade Flower Pavilion, then at the 9 maidservants who were shivering behind the emerald pillars, as well as the dumbfounded 4 demons and 4 generals. Brother Yu, if you're not satisfied with this Yuhua Pavilion, just tell me directly. I can build another one for you. There's no need to destroy it so wantonly, Tenmoni joked with Yi Fan. Look at you. How frightened are my witches. Big sisters, excuse me for my lack of manners. Yi Fan bowed towards the maids behind the jadeite pillar, who had turned pale from fright. When the 9 maidservants heard Yi Fan's words, they immediately bowed back in fear and trepidation. Yi Fan was now the Devil King, so how could he apologize to them? Ha ha ha! Tenmoni looked up to the sky and laughed. Brother Yu, you really scare them this time. You can leave first. The white-robed Balrog walked in front of the maidservants and took the 8-treasure jade brocade robe from their hands as he spoke to them. The maidservants bowed deeply to everyone as if they had been pardoned and quickly left Yuhua Pavilion. Yi Fan smiled and returned to his seat. The 4 demons and 4 generals also returned to their seats. After laughing, Tenmoni patted Yi Fan's shoulder and exhorted, every time this blood drinker saber is unsheathed, it must drink fresh blood. Otherwise, it will be difficult to rest in the sheath. Just now, the divine weapon recognized its master, so it naturally doesn't count. Brother Yu, you must remember this. Yi Fan smiled and nodded slightly. Pass down the order to set up a new banquet. Also pass down my Tianma decree. In order to celebrate the ascension of the Devil King, the Devil Realm will be pardoned. Tenmoni looked at Yi Fan and smiled. Yes, Devil Lord. Balrog placed the 8-treasure jade brocade robe in front of Yi Fan with a smile, then turned and left. Tonight, we'll drink 1,000 cups of wine and get drunk, ha ha ha. Tenmoni laughed loudly as he spoke. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Only Umoji began to look uneasy. Chapter 556. The banquet at the Emerald Palace lasted for a full 4 hours before it finally ended. The 4 demons and 4 generals bowed to the demon Lord Tenmoni and the demon Lord Yi Fan before returning to their respective residences. Only the black-robed Tenmoni and the blood-robed Yi Fan were left in the Emerald Palace. Brother Yu, you are now the demon lord with the power of the heavenly demon. What do you want to do the most right now? Tenmoni, who is already drunk, asked Yi Fan. To be honest, I want to kill someone. Yi Fan answered Tenmoni with a smile. Ha ha! Wonderful! 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 Tenmoni was stunned at first. Then he clapped his hands and laughed. But this is the demon realm. No one is for you to kill. Ha ha! Brother demon, I am going to return to the human world, Yi Fan said with a smile as he looked at Tenmoni with his blood-red eyes. Return to the human world? Tenmoni immediately stopped smiling and looked at Yi Fan. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to do in the human world. Brother Demon, you know that, Yi Fan said as he picked up the wine jug and poured wine into the emerald wine cup in front of Tenmoni. Brother you, there is something I don't know if I should say. Tenmoni asked Yi Fan calmly. You and I are brothers. What can't you say? Yi Fan put down the wine jug and asked with a smile. If that's the case, then I'll be frank with you, Tianmani said as he leaned against the back of the emerald throne. Brother you, you're now the Demon King, and you're the most honorable. There's nothing in the demon realm that you can't think of, but there's nothing you can't get. Power, beauties, wealth, power, you can have it all. Now that things have come to this, why do you care about the affairs of the human world? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the demon realm as the demon lord and enjoy the glory and wealth? Tenmoni thought that after Yi Fan became a demon, he would no longer have any attachment to the human world. In terms of beauty, any random which in the demon world was 10 times more beautiful than those in the human world. In terms of wealth, any random object in the demon world could make those so-called treasures in the human world pale in comparison. In terms of power, the position of the Demon King was second only to one person and above all. No one could compare. Tenmoni couldn't figure out what was there in the human realm that Yi Fan was reluctant to part with. Yi Fan smiled when he saw the confused look on Tianma's face. I understand what you mean, Brother Amo. Yi Fan smiled and replied, just as Brother Amo has said, everything here is 100 times better than the human world. However, Yi Fan, am a man with a wife, a sworn sister and friends. My wife is in distress. My sworn sister has fallen into a fox's body. My friends' lives are uncertain, and my family is in trouble. I can't just focus on my own enjoyment and abandon them, can I? If that's the case, wouldn't I, Yi Fan, be a despicable and ungrateful villain? How would I have the face to be the demon lord of the demon realm? Tenmoni frowned and was speechless at Yi Fan's question. Brother Demon, don't worry. After I settle the affairs of the human world, I will definitely come back to see you, Yi Fan said to Tenmoni with a smile. Are you serious? Tenmoni frowned and asked Yi Fan. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid that brother you will never return. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. I'm now the Demon Lord. How can I go back on my words? I didn't break my promise for more than 300 years, let alone this time. What do you think, Brother Demon? You're right. I believe you. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Tenmoni's brows relaxed. He reached out and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. He said with a smile, I've waited for more than 300 years. I don't care about this little bit of time. When are you leaving? Tomorrow, Yi Fan said to Tenmoni. I'll leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tenmoni was stunned. So soon? If I don't go back soon, my body won't be able to hold on. Yi Fan smiled. Xiao Zhao will also be starving. I was going to take you to the demon realm and the ghost realm to let them know the new demon lord of our demon realm. It seems that I can't do that this time, Tenmoni said with a smile. Next time, Yi Fan replied with a smile. The next time I come back, I'll listen to you, Brother Demon. This time when you go to the human realm, I'll let Imo Sheng and Imo Chun follow you. If it's inconvenient for them to show up, they can help, Tenmoni said to Yi Fan. I heard that the people of the demon realm can't enter the human realm without permission. Is that true? Yi Fan asked Tenmoni. This can't be wrong, but it can't be right either. Tenmoni smiled. Strictly speaking, the beings of the ghost realm can't enter the human realm. However, don't the lonely souls and wild ghosts frequently appear in the human realm? If they strictly abide by the rules, wouldn't that group of Taoist priests lose their jobs? When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded his head gently. The beings of the demon realm are all in the form of primordial spirit. There is no physical body, Tenmoni continued. You can enter the human realm, but a demon cultivator must reach a certain realm. If your realm is not enough, you must find a physical body that you can use. The 4 demons and 4 generals have high cultivation, so you can rest assured. It's okay to bring helpers, but it's completely unnecessary to bring 2. It's inconvenient, Yi Fan said. Then let Imo Sheng go, Tenmoni said. Mo Sheng is reliable and reliable. Zhou Quan can help you with a lot of things. Brother Yin is Brother Mo's right-hand man. It's a waste to let him help me. Yi Fan said, as for Mo Chun and Mo Ling, I'm not familiar with them, so it's not convenient to bring them out. If Brother Mo allows, I'd like to bring Emoji along. Emoji? Timoni asked as he looked at Yi Fan with a smirk. Emoji is familiar with me. She's very meticulous. More importantly, Yi Fan put his head close to Timoni's ear with a smirk and whispered, she's very good at taking care of people. Ha ha ha. Timoni burst out laughing. Good, good, good. You're the demon lord now. You can bring whoever you want. I won't interfere. Ha ha. Yi Fan smiled slightly. After sending Timoni off, Yi Fan did not return to the Emerald Palace. Instead, he floated 9 feet above the ground and floated toward a crystal pavilion in the east. Along the way, from the Devil World's officials to the Devil Soldiers and Devil Soldiers to the Devil Children and Devil Grandsons, everyone who saw Yi Fan floating in the air all knelt down to greet him. Yi Fan smiled and floated past. After 10 minutes, Yi Fan arrived in front of the crystal pavilion. The pavilion was 3 stories high. It was beautiful and crystal clear. The words Crystal Pavilion were written on it. The person who lived in the Crystal Pavilion was none other than the purple-clothed guardian, Yumoji. Yi Fan slowly descended. Greetings, Demon King. When the 2 beautiful witches guarding the door saw Yi Fan, they immediately squatted down and bowed their heads to greet him. Is Guardian Yu here? Yi Fan asked the demonesses. Demon Lord, Guardian Yu is resting now. I'll go and report to Guardian Yu to welcome you. One of the demonesses lowered her head and got up, preparing to call Yumoji. There's no need. Yi Fan said, I'll go and find her directly. Yes, Demon Lord. The 2 demonesses answered. They lowered their heads and stood on either side. With a thought, Yi Fan's feet slowly floated off the ground. He directly ascended to the 3rd floor of the Crystal Pavilion. At this moment, Yumoji was lying alone on the wide crystal bed. Her clear eyes kept flashing. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. What's wrong with Yi Fan? Why is there such a strong, murderous aura? Was he devoured by the demonic consciousness? No, if he was devoured by the demonic consciousness, he wouldn't have said such righteous words to the 4 demons and 4 generals. But if he wasn't devoured by the demonic consciousness, what's wrong with him? What happened in the Heavenly Devil Cave? Now that he's become the Demon Lord, will he return to the human realm to save his wife? If he does, it means he's still the original Yi Fan. If he doesn't, it means he's not the original Yi Fan. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yumoji's thoughts were running wild, a light knocking sound came from the crystal window. After hearing the sound, Yumoji instantly got up from the crystal bed and took down the purple jade treasured sword that was hanging at the head of the bed. This person isn't coming through the front door in the middle of the night. Instead, he's sneaking around outside the window. Who's there? Yumoji, who was holding the sword, asked coldly. She slowly walked to the window and used the tip of the sword to gently open the golden silk curtain. When she saw Yi Fan, who was floating outside the window with a smile, Yumoji was immediately shocked. She never expected Yi Fan to come to see her at such a late hour. Moreover, he didn't even come through the front door. What? You're welcoming me with your sword? Yi Fan smiled and flew directly to the crystal window that was tightly shut. Buzz. Following a flash of red light, Yi Fan's figure slowly passed through the crystal window and landed in front of Yumoji. After regaining her senses, Yumoji held the sword upside down and knelt in front of Yi Fan with one leg. She hurriedly replied, I dare not. Now that Yi Fan was the Devil King of the Devil Realm, she didn't dare to disrespect him. Yumoji's action immediately made Yi Fan frown. The word subordinate was like a huge mountain between the 2 of them. Devil King, I didn't welcome you properly. Please, Devil King, you're quite good at calling me that. Yi Fan looked at Yumoji, who was wearing white pajamas and had long hair draped over her shoulders, and interrupted her. Yumoji bit her lower lip and lowered her head without saying anything. Stand up, great guardian Yu. Yi Fan purposely emphasized the word you. Yumoji stood up, and sheathed her sword. She then stood aside with her hands by her side. I just became the Devil King, and you've become like this. What's the point? As Fan spoke, he slowly walked to the crystal table in the bedroom. He picked up a crystal cup and poured himself some tea. Devil King, why are you here so late at night? Yumoji asked with a frown. Why? Can't I come if there's nothing? Fan asked as he sipped his tea. I dare not. Yumoji replied. I'm here to have a chat with you, but you keep calling me Devil King and your subordinate dare not. How are we supposed to have a chat? Fan placed the teacup on the crystal table and looked at Yumoji with his bloodshot eyes. Yumoji frowned and remained silent. Forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Let's sleep. Fan stood up and walked to the bed. He pulled open the curtains and lay down on the crystal bed with his arms and legs spread out. This scene made Yumoji's eyes widen. She was dumbfounded. He was going to sleep here? Devil King. Yumoji stuttered. Fan, who was lying on the crystal bed, responded with a smile. I. Yumoji's face turned red. She did not know what to say. I'm the Devil King. I can sleep wherever I want. Fan turned around and had his back facing Yumoji. Yumoji was so angry at Fan's words that she gritted her teeth. Her eyes were burning with anger. It was obvious that he was trying to piss her off. It's so uncomfortable to sleep with clothes on. Fan stood up from the bed and began to take off his clothes. What are you doing? In her panic, Yumoji did not care about the etiquette of a ruler and asked loudly. Sleeping. Fan looked at the blushing Yumoji with a smirk. He continued to take off his clothes and asked, What else can I do? Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't do this again. Yumoji said, How dare you call me Mr. Yi? Fan laughed. What's the punishment for calling a ruler by his name? Yumoji completely collapsed. She glared at Fan with her clear eyes. Her face turned red and white. You're angry. Fan smirked. What are you trying to do? Yumoji asked with a frown. That's more like it. Fan smiled and began to put on his clothes. From now on, when we're alone, you can call me Fan or Mr. Yi. Don't call me Devil King or subordinate. It's so annoying. Yes, Mr. Yi, Yumoji said angrily. She imitated Fan's tone and emphasized the word. That's more like it. I'm leaving, Fan said as he walked to the window and prepared to leave. You're leaving now? Yumoji asked when she saw that Fan was about to leave. Why? Are you asking me to stay the night? Fan turned around and looked at Yumoji with a smirk. Yumoji pointed at Fan with her finger. Her face was red with embarrassment. She wanted to ask Fan what he was doing here. However, Fan took advantage of her. Pack your things. I'll take you out of the Devil Realm tomorrow morning. Fan said as he passed through the crystal window and disappeared. Chapter 557. The next morning. Brother you must be very careful when you go to the human world, said Tianmoni, who was wearing a beautiful black robe, as he walked side by side with Fan on the Golden Road. Don't worry, Brother Demon, I know what to do, Fan said to Tianmoni with a smile. This time, Fan did not make a big fuss about his departure from the demon realm. Other than Yumoji, only Tianmoni knew about it. Therefore, the only one who came to send him out of the Devil Realm this time was Tianmoni. Before coming out of the Emerald Palace, Fan changed into the Black Demon Realm secret treasure that Tianmoni gave him, the 8-treasure jade brocade robe. At this time, he had red hair and a black robe. He had red eyes and red lips, and his hair was tied up with a golden crown. He looked like the king of the demon realm. Moji, you must take good care of the demon lord on this trip to the human world. Do not make any mistakes, understand? Tianmoni said. Yes, demon lord. Yumoji's ethereal voice came from the blood demon token that hung on Fan's waist. Although she could follow Fan to the human world this time, Yumoji's identity could not be revealed. For safety reasons, and to hide Yumoji better, Fan had Yumoji attached to the blood demon token on his waist. The blood demon token was wrapped in auspicious air and could completely conceal Yumoji's demon spirit aura. This way, Yi Fan would be able to communicate with Yumoji at any time, and no one would be able to notice anything amiss. When we reach the human world, if you need any help, ask Moji to come back and let me know, Tenmoni said to Yi Fan earnestly. You are now the demon lord of the demon realm, not alone. Yi Fan smiled and nodded slightly at Tenmoni. The two chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the gate of the demon realm. Rumble. With a thought from Tenmoni, the huge demonic world gate began to slowly open. Yi Fan turned around and cupped his fists towards Tenmoni. Brother Devil, please wait a moment. Brother Devil is leaving now. However, Tenmoni's expression instantly tightened. His pair of starry eyes stared closely behind Yi Fan. It seems like Brother Yu is in trouble this time, Tenmoni said solemnly as he looked out the door. Hearing Tenmoni's words, Yi Fan was startled. He immediately turned around slowly and looked out the door. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen such an expression on Tenmoni's face since he came to the demon realm. He really wanted to know what could make Sky Moni's expression so solemn. Rumble. As the huge demonic stone gate gradually opened, a familiar figure entered Yi Fan's sight. The person who had arrived had a face like the autumn moon, eyes like the cold stars, teeth like jade, hair like ink, and a golden robe with golden threads. He had a purple gold crown on his head. He was handsome and had an auspicious aura surrounding him. This person was none other than the person at the top of the Eagle's Sorrow Peak, Demonic Blade Yi Ming. He stood outside the demonic world gate with his hands behind his back. He looked expressionlessly at Yi Fan, who was dressed in a black robe. Yi Fan frowned when he saw this. No wonder Tenmoni had such an expression. So was him. It was obvious that Yi Ming had not come here to congratulate him on becoming the Demon King. Yi Fan thought to himself, the inner ape with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and the Ima with huge eyes and a long face were firmly fixed on the gate. Their eyes were wide open and they were motionless. Tenmoni's face darkened when he saw this. He flicked his sleeves. Thud! The two gatekeepers fell off the gate and onto the ground. Demon Lord. The skinny monkey, Xinyan, staggered as he got up. He pointed at the expressionless Yi Ming as he stuttered. He made us brothers. Tenmoni waved his hand, indicating for them to stop talking. The two immediately shut their mouths and stood behind Tenmoni, trembling with fear. The two of them had guarded the demonic world gate for so long. They had seen all kinds of experts. Apart from Eldritch, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful expert. Just now, Yi Ming had only glanced at the two of them, and the two of them were immediately lifted up by an invisible force. They were firmly fixed on the door made of black magic stone. They could neither speak nor close their eyes. Sir, you have great skills, Tenmoni said in a clear voice. Sir, you are boundless and ethereal. If I'm not wrong, you must be Yi Ming, Mr. Yi. He had seen immortals who had ascended and become immortals. He had also seen demons who had fallen into the demonic Tao. However, he had never seen a person who possessed both the powers of a demonic god and a divine demon. Apart from the legendary person, there was no one else. This must be the peerless expert who could separate himself from his demonic nature and coexist with both the demonic god and the divine demon. Yi Ming. Why, do you know me? Yi Ming, who was dressed in a black robe and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, asked Tenmoni calmly. Mister's ability is unprecedented. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? Tenmoni said, Sir, why have you barged into the demonic world and appointed me as its gatekeeper? Tenmoni's question was very ingenious. It could be said that he was negligent but didn't miss anything. He first expressed his respect for Yi Ming, then changed the topic and directly questioned him. He was polite and courteous, but he did not give in at all. Demon Lord, you're wrong. Yi Ming looked at Tenmoni and said calmly, I'm outside the gate and have not stepped into the demonic world. How can I barge into the demonic world? As for why the gatekeeper was immobilized, why don't you ask them? Yi Ming's reasoning was sound and clear. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Tenmoni frowned and turned his head to look at skinny monkey-hearted ape and long-faced itchy horse standing behind him. Thin monkey and restless horse trembled under Tenmoni's gaze. Their eyes flashed, and they lowered their heads in silence. The situation was obvious. The two of them must have thought that the gatekeeper was easy to bully and wanted to show their faces in front of the gatekeeper. In the end, they did not show their faces, but their butts were exposed. This time, my primordial spirit left my body specifically for this person, Yiming said as he looked at the red-haired Yifan with cold eyes. Yifan's expression was serious, and he did not say anything. What does Mr. Yi want to do to Brother Yu? Tenmoni asked Yiming calmly. This has nothing to do with you. Yiming replied coldly and continued to stare at Yifan. Sir, you're wrong. Tenmoni imitated Yiming's tone and said, Brother Yu is now the demonic world's demon lord. How can this have nothing to do with me? As Tenmoni spoke, he took a step forward and stood in front of Yifan. This was a move to protect Yifan, but it was also a move full of hostility. Whether he's the demon lord or the demon king, it doesn't matter to me, Yiming said slowly. He's now your demon lord, but he's also a member of the Yi family. The Yi family is in charge of the Yi family's affairs. It's fair and square. Ha! After Tian Mo and I heard Yiming's words, he threw his head back and laughed. I heard that Mr. Yi has already severed all ties with the Yi family. What? Could it be that the news I heard was false? That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Yiming's words were shocking. If that's the case, then I can't help you, Tenmoni said with a smile. I'm the master of the demon realm, and Brother Yu is the demon lord of the demon realm. Before Mr. Yi explains his intentions, I won't let Brother Yu leave the demon realm. I have a final say on this. Tenmoni didn't budge an inch. Since the demon lord insists on asking, I might as well say it directly. Yiming slowly shifted his gaze to Tenmoni. I'm here to help him regain his sanity. When Yifan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Regain his sanity? Tenmoni sneered. Mr. Yi is really interesting. He ignored all the evil spirits in the human world and came to the demon realm to meddle with the demon lord's sanity. He's a bit of a busybody. Yiming didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a bell from his waist. The bell was blood red and surrounded by red light and auspicious air. It was the 9 Cauldrons red bell. When Tenmoni saw the bell, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He and I are both bell keepers. What? You want to meddle in the matter of the 9 Cauldrons too? Yiming asked coldly. Tenmoni sneered. The matter of the 9 Cauldrons is a matter of the human world. It has nothing to do with the demon realm. Then there's no room for discussion, Yiming said calmly and put the red bell back on his waist. Tenmoni smiled and didn't say anything. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Senior Yi, Yiming, who hadn't spoken since Yifan appeared, slowly walked out from behind Tenmoni. He faced Yiming and said, Senior, you've helped me before. I, Yifan, am eternally grateful. However, this time, please don't meddle in my affairs. As Yifan spoke, he stared at Yiming with his blood-red eyes. Wait until I restore your consciousness. You won't say that, Yiming said coldly. My consciousness is very clear right now. I don't need you to restore it. You should go back. Yifan said calmly to Yiming. I don't want to meddle in other people's business, Yiming said expressionlessly. The reason I came to the demon realm this time to help you recover your consciousness is because you risked your life to stand in the snow on the Eagle's Sorrow Peak and beg me bitterly. Moreover, we are both bell keepers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this place. Yifan smiled and slowly shook his head. You have Crescent Moon protecting you and your soul essence protecting you. You still have a trace of humanity left. Yiming said, I advise you to mend your ways. Don't fall deeper. Then what if I don't help you restore your consciousness? Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked Yiming with his hands behind his back. Very simple. I'll kill you, Yiming said eerily. Rather than letting you return to the human world like this, I might as well finish you off here. Yifan cackled evilly. His eyes began to emit a dazzling red light. The swastika in the middle of his forehead also began to shine brightly. A strong killing intent quickly spread from Yifan's body. Elder Yi, I admire your cultivation very much. I've always wanted to spar with you, but I never had the chance. Now, it seems that my wish can come true. Yi Fan cackled evilly as he looked at Yi Ming with his blood-red eyes. As long as you don't regret it, I don't care. Yi Ming looked calmly at Yi Fan and said, Brother Yu, I'm a master of the demon realm. It wouldn't be rude of me to entertain Mr. Yi personally, Tenmoni said as he stood beside Yi Fan with a smile. Yi Fan smiled and turned to look at Tenmoni. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Yi Ming said calmly. Tenmoni and Yi Fan looked at each other and smiled. Yi Ming's tone was too arrogant. He actually wanted to challenge the two heroes of the demon realm. How could they not laugh? Brother Yi Ming, you're too mean. Why didn't you invite me to such an interesting event? Following a clear voice, a middle-aged man appeared beside Yi Ming out of thin air. The newcomer had a face as beautiful as jade, eyes as bright as the stars, eyebrows as drawn as ink, and hair as sharp as a knife. He wore a black robe with golden threads and a pair of cloud-stepping immortal shoes. His bright eyes were full of energy, and his entire body was surrounded by an auspicious aura. This person was none other than the sect leader of the Tsimming Hall, known as the King of Death, Shui Ziwen. Chapter 558. The expressionless Yi Ming turned his head to look at Shui Ziwen, who had appeared out of thin air, and frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Yi Ming turned his head and asked Shui Ziwen. The same as you. Shui Ziwen glanced sideways at Yi Ming and smiled. Yi Ming didn't respond. The King of Death, Shui Ziwen? Tenmoni asked calmly after seeing the newcomer. That's right. Shui Ziwen smiled in response to Tenmoni. My demon realm is really lively today. Two legendary figures have come all of a sudden. Tenmoni smiled as he turned his head to look at Yi Fan. Brother Yu, you're really respected. Yi Fan's blood-red eyes widened as he glanced at Tenmoni. Then, he turned his gaze to Shui Ziwen with a smile. Brother Yi. Shui Ziwen looked at Yi Fan and smiled. It's only been a few days since we last met, but you're already sitting on the throne of the demon realm's demon lord and holding the power of the heavenly demon. You're really impressive. Brother Shui didn't come here just to congratulate me, right? Yi Fan asked Shui Ziwen with a smile. I'm really happy that you've obtained the power of the heavenly demon. But now that your intelligence has been eroded by the demon will and your desire to kill is hard to quell, I can't be happy. Shui Ziwen looked at Yi Fan's blood-red eyes and said calmly, look at what you've become. In terms of demon cultivators, Tenmoni the demon lord has entered the 5 great demon pools and is more than 10 times stronger than you. He hasn't become like you. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Yi Fan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Brother Yi is right. You have Crescent Moon's protection and your soul essence's protection. You still have your humanity. If you turn back now, it's not too late, Shui Ziwen continued to say to Yi Fan. Perhaps both of you are right. Yi Fan looked at the calm Shui Ziwen and the expressionless Yi Ming with his blood-red eyes and said calmly, perhaps my mind was really affected by the demonic thoughts, but so what? I like myself now, and that is enough. One of you is my big brother who taught me the divine skill, and the other is a senior from the same clan who gave me pointers. Yi Fan will always remember the kindness of the two of you. I don't want to fight with you, but please don't get in my way. Otherwise, I can only be rude. Yi Fan's words made Shui Ziwen frown. He knew in his heart that Yi Fan was already trying his best to restrain himself by saying such words. Did you hear Brother Yu's words? Tenmoni said to the two of them. He wants to be his current self and doesn't want to be the Yi Fan of the past. If the two of you want to come to the demonic realm as guests, I sincerely welcome you. However, if you continue to pester me, then don't blame me, Tenmoni, for turning hostile. Sigh. Shui Ziwen shook his head and sighed. If that's the case, then today's battle is inevitable. It looks like that's the only way, Tenmoni said with a serious expression. Yi Fan's eyes began to narrow. None of the 4 of them were willing to give in. There was only one way to solve this problem, And it was also the simplest way. Let's use our strength to decide who's better. The four of them stopped talking, and the atmosphere around them immediately became heavy. A strong, murderous intent instantly spread between the four of them. At that moment, the four of them were all dressed in black robes. They faced each other in pairs, staring at each other. Boom, 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 boom. Following the four loud booms, four huge flames of different colors instantly appeared on the four people who were facing each other, soaring into the sky. The flames were hundreds of feet tall, and they were dazzling. They were as bright as four huge mountains. Within the flames, the four of them had long hair that soared into the sky. Their black robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Heart Monkey and Ema, who were standing behind Tenmoni, were stunned by the flames released by the four of them. What kind of power was this? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the flames on their bodies grew brighter and brighter, for different diagrams appeared within the four flames. The flames released by Yi Ming were golden in color. The golden light was dazzling, and it was dazzling. Within the golden flames, a pair of huge eyes suddenly appeared. This pair of huge eyes was 3 feet in size, and they radiated light in all directions. The left eye was golden, and it had a benevolent look. The right eye was red, and it had a sinister gaze, and it was filled with resentment. The flames released by Chui Ziwen were green in color. The green light was resplendent, and it was dazzling. Within the green flames, a huge Taiji diagram floated above. The Taiji diagram was 3 feet in size, and it was black and white. It rotated slowly, and it shone brightly. The flames released by Tenmoni were red in color. The red light was like blood, and it was majestic and domineering. Within the red flames, a golden swastika written in reverse appeared out of thin air. The swastika written in reverse shone with a dazzling golden light, and it was as bright as the sun in the sky. Among all the flames, only Yifan's was the most special. His flames were black, and its shape was that of a huge skull that was hundreds of feet tall. The black skull had a sinister look on its face, and it was in the shape of a roar. What was even more inconceivable was that 2 streaks of crimson blood tears flowed out from the 2 huge eye sockets of the skull, all the way to the skull's mouth. With the soaring flames, the sinister black skull, and the 2 streaks of crimson blood tears, the current Yifan was like a demon that had crawled out of hell. If I can't defeat you with this move, I won't ever step into the demon realm again. Within the green flames, Chui Ziwen looked at Tenmoni with a smile. Oh! Master Chui, are you serious? Within the red flames, Tenmoni asked Chui Ziwen with a smile. I, Chui Ziwen, have always been a man of my word, Chui Ziwen said with a smile. Tenmoni smiled, but didn't say anything. It's not too late to regret now. Within the golden flames, Yi Ming looked calmly at Yifan and said, After this move, you'll die. Within the black flames, Yifan looked at Yi Ming with a pair of crimson eyes and said calmly, Rest assured, Senior, my life is very tough. I won't die. There's no point in saying anything more. Let's begin. As Chui Ziwen spoke, he suddenly extended his right palm and thrust it toward Tenmoni, who was only 70 feet away from him. Boom! Following Chui Ziwen's attack, a huge Tai Chi ball of light erupted from Chui Ziwen's palm and hurtled directly toward Tenmoni. When the Tai Chi ball of light first emerged from Chui Ziwen's palm, it was only the size of a fist, but after leaving his palm, it instantly expanded to a size of 90 feet, resembling a gigantic black and white meteor. Its speed was so fast that it left behind a long tail of light. Tenmoni smiled and suddenly extended his right hand. Facing the incoming Tai Chi ball of light, he opened his palm and bent his fingers into a claw. Boom! A huge red claw of light instantly appeared from Tenmoni's palm and viciously clawed at the incoming Tai Chi ball of light. Tenmoni's claw of light was more than twice the size of Chui Ziwen's Tai Chi ball of light. It was close to 20 feet in size and glowed with a dazzling red light. At the same time as the two of them made their moves, Yi Ming and Yi Fan also began to exchange blows. The two of them moved and instantly disappeared into thin air. Almost at the same time as they disappeared, the two of them instantly reappeared in mid-air. Boom! Following an earth-shattering boom, Yi Ming's and Yi Fan's palms instantly collided with each other. Bang! A huge shockwave of light rapidly spread out from the center of their palms. One of them shone with a dazzling golden light, and the other was covered with a red light, and the power of the heavenly demon. The two of them each used their own unique skills and abilities. Right above their heads, the huge eye of the heavenly demon and the strange blood-weeping skeleton collided, neither giving way to the other. At the same time, Cui Ziwen's Tai Chi ball of light and Tenmoni's red claw of light met in the middle of the two of them. Ha! The red claw of light instantly closed its 5 fingers the moment it touched the Tai Chi ball of light. Boom! The 90-foot Tai Chi ball of light, which was a mixture of black and white, instantly exploded the moment it was caught by the red claw, turning into specks of black and white light that sparkled and fell. Cui Ziwen's Tai Chi ball of light was crushed by Tenmoni's red claw of light just like that. Whoosh! After destroying Cui Ziwen's move, the red claw of light formed a fist and continued to attack Cui Ziwen. Cui Ziwen's pupils instantly contracted. Boom! While he was in a daze, Tenmoni's red fist of light landed heavily on his chest. Tenmoni smirked. Cui Ziwen was nothing more than this. He was far from being as powerful as the rumors said. Bang! After a burst of red light, Cui Ziwen's primordial spirit was instantly shattered by Tenmoni's red fist of light and turned into nothingness. Tenmoni was instantly stunned. He did not expect that his casual move would be able to destroy Cui Ziwen's primordial spirit. Impossible. Judging from the light he emitted just now, it was impossible for him to be defeated so easily. Could it be? Tenmoni suddenly understood Cui Ziwen's intention. The reason why this person was so arrogant and said that he would not step into the devil realm if he could not defeat him was to lure him into a fight. And his real target was not him, but Yi Fan. Thinking of this, Tenmoni suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. High up in the sky, Yi Fan, who was shrouded in black light, saw Cui Ziwen's primordial spirit dissipate and instantly frowned. He did not expect that Cui Ziwen would be so easily defeated by Tenmoni, and that his primordial spirit would be destroyed. Cui Ziwen's death made his heart ache faintly. His wife had lost all her memories. When Matsumoto Takeyoshi-san was about to get married, Cui Ziwen informed him in advance and pointed out his shortcomings in cultivation. After his wife was rescued, Cui Ziwen sent the succubus and the demon to help his beloved wife. When he could not obtain power, Cui Ziwen taught him the cloud writing technique and the art of alchemy, and made him call him Big Brother and Brother. Now, in order to restore his memory, Cui Ziwen died tragically at the hands of Tenmoni. Big Brother Cui! Yi Fan exclaimed softly. Just as Yi Fan was grieving, Cui Ziwen's voice suddenly came from behind Yi Fan. Don't worry, your Big Brother Cui is not dead. Yi Fan's pupils contracted instantly. Cui Ziwen was not dead. He was still alive. Brother Yu, be careful. Tenmoni reminded Yi Fan loudly as he used his movement skill to rush forward. He could vaguely guess what Cui Ziwen was going to do. Chapter 559. Buzz. When Cui Ziwen's palm touched Yi Fan's back, a crescent-shaped red light instantly shot out from Yi Fan's back. The crescent-shaped mark shone brightly and dazzlingly. Even the 8 treasures jadeite brocade robe couldn't suppress the red glow of the blood moon. Neither dead nor alive, eldritch seal undone. Cui Ziwen roared and exerted force in his palm, causing his hair to shoot up into the sky. The palm that was pressing against the blood moon instantly glowed with a green light, turning into a green light palm. In the center of the light palm, a 3-inch-long taiji diagram suddenly appeared, rotating and rushing into the blood moon mark on Yi Fan's back. Boom! Following a loud noise, a 3-foot-thick green light pillar instantly shot up into the sky from under his feet, straight into the clouds. The green light pillar shone brilliantly, and auspicious vapors rose, enveloping Chui Ziwen and Yi Fan in an instant. "Brother Yu!" Tin Moni shouted Yi Fan's name loudly as he rushed in front of the green light pillar in an instant. At this time, his entire body was enveloped in a red light, and the huge swastika written upside down in the red light pillar shone with a dazzling golden light. After arriving in front of the green light pillar, Tin Moni's figure didn't change, and his speed didn't decrease. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his right hand bent into a claw, activating the supreme devil spirit. Buzz! A 3-foot-long red claw of light appeared on Tin Moni's right palm. In the center of the claw of light, a 3-foot-long swastika written upside down in a dazzling golden light could be seen. "Give me back my brother, you!" Tin Moni roared and suddenly attacked, causing his hair and beard to shoot up into the sky. The dazzling golden and red giant claw of light pierced straight into the green light pillar that was shooting up into the sky like a huge dragon. He wanted to pull Yi Fan out of the green light pillar. Just as the giant red claw of light was about to touch the green light pillar, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of Tin Moni. It was demonic saber Yi Ming. In a flash, Yi Ming, who was enveloped in a golden light, struck out with his right palm. Buzz! A 3-foot-long golden palm of light instantly appeared out of nowhere. Within the golden palm of light, a pair of huge eyes like torches shot out in all directions. Boom! Golden light splashed, red light danced, and shockwaves spread in all directions. The flashing red claw and the dazzling golden palm collided in an instant. Boom! A shockwave of golden and red shockwaves spread out in all directions. Boom! The gate of the demonic realm gate was shaken by the shockwave. Skinny Monkey Heart Monkey and long-faced, unruly horse were firmly pressed to the ground by the shockwaves caused by the exchange of blows between the two of them. They lay there with their faces pressed against the ground, unable to move at all. Their facial features were distorted, and they were in extreme pain. High up in the sky, within the flames, Yi Ming and Tin Moni looked at each other, and the power in their hands did not diminish. "I don't want to kill you. Go away," Tin Moni said to Yi Ming in a low voice. His face was as calm as still water. "I don't want to kill you either," Yi Ming replied expressionlessly. "But I can tell you that they're currently in the process of breaking through the seal and can't be disturbed in any way. If you attack now, neither of them will be able to survive." Yi Ming's words made Tin Moni frown instantly. "If you don't believe me, you could try. I won't stop you," Yi Ming said, and immediately withdrew his golden palm of light. He stepped into the void and slowly moved away. Tin Moni, whose clothes fluttered in the wind, looked at the green pillar of light that shot into the sky, then looked at the expressionless Yi Ming. He slowly withdrew his attack. "You two set up a fight with me just to break the seal in Brother Yu's body?" Tin Moni frowned and asked Yi Ming. "That's right," Yi Ming replied. "Have you thought about the consequences once the seal in Brother Ye's body is broken?" Tin Moni looked at Yi Ming with a serious expression and asked. "Fighting poison with poison, using evil energy to suppress the devil spirit. This is also a method that can't be helped." Yi Ming raised his head to look at the gigantic green pillar of light that soared into the sky. He slowly said, "Being covered in evil energy is much better than being filled with killing intent. You're thinking too simply." Tin Moni looked up at the sky, and the green light illuminated his handsome face. After Brother Yu turned into a demon, although he was filled with murderous intent, he still had his humanity. This was also the main reason why I didn't suppress his demonic nature. Now that you've forcefully broken the seal in his body and caused the demonic aura to take over his mind, aren't you afraid that the demonic aura will devour what little humanity he has left? You know better than I do how Eldritch died back then." As Tin Moni spoke, he looked sideways at Yi Ming. "I've said before, this is the only way. Yi Ming looked at Tenmoni. If we let him return to the human world like this, it will definitely be a bloodbath, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. When that happens, your brother Yu will definitely incur the wrath of the heavenly court. I'm afraid he'll die even more miserably than in his previous life. What about now? Tenmoni looked at Yi Ming, his eyes burning like torches. Can you guarantee that after the demonic aura is broken, he won't be as unruly as he was in his previous life? Let's try everything we can, Yi Ming said slowly. I've discussed it with Master Chui. First, we'll break the first seal in his body and use the demonic aura to suppress the demonic spirit. This way, it won't affect the heavenly demonic power in his body, and it can also suppress his murderous intent. This method sounds good, but haven't you thought about it? Tenmoni said to Yi Ming with a solemn expression. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of two parties fighting, but be afraid of two parties drinking tea. What if the demonic aura and the demonic spirit in his body don't interfere with each other and even merge? At that time, Brother Yu's demonic aura will soar to the sky, his murderous intent will burn, his humanity will be gone, and his demonic power will be boundless. He might even be able to break the remaining 2 seals on his own. In his previous life, Brother Yu didn't have the heavenly demonic power, but he was able to turn the demonic realm upside down. The human world trembled at his name, and the heavenly realm turned pale. If the heavenly demonic power is added, Tenmoni didn't finish his sentence. If what he said was true, perhaps no one in this world would be able to control Yi Fan. After the first seal is broken, we'll take a look at his consciousness, Yi Ming said to Tenmoni. If his murderous intent decreases, it proves that this method is effective. What if his murderous intent doesn't decrease, and his demonic aura soars to the sky? Tenmoni raised his eyebrows and asked, if that's the case, then there's only one way. Yi Ming looked calmly at Tenmoni. What way? Tenmoni asked. While his remaining 2 seals haven't been broken, the 3 of us will join forces and kill him. Yi Ming's voice was calm and cold. Tenmoni's sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his eagle-like eyes were tightly knitted. If we kill him, his primordial spirit won't be destroyed, and he can enter the cycle of reincarnation again, Yi Ming said to the silent Tenmoni. If the heavenly court makes a move, it won't be as simple as killing him. With one slash on the immortal slaying platform, no matter if he's the eldritch with heaven-defying cultivation or the demonic monarch with boundless demonic power, his body and soul will be scattered and turned into ashes. Tenmoni slowly closed his eyes, and his expression was pained. He waited bitterly for more than 300 years to reunite with Eldritch in the demonic realm. It wasn't easy for him to help his best friend obtain the heavenly demonic power and become the new monarch of the demonic realm. Now, he might have to kill his best friend with his own hands. We'd better reach an agreement now, lest we have different opinions and miss a good opportunity. Yi Ming looked at Tenmoni and said, after taking another deep breath, Tenmoni slowly opened his eyes and slowly spat out 2 words. All right, Yi Ming was right. Once things got out of hand, the 3 of them had to join forces to kill Eldritch. In this way, Eldritch still had a chance to be reborn. At worst, he would wait another 300 years. Yi Ming nodded to Tenmoni, then looked up at the azure pillar of light that shot straight into the sky and didn't say anything else. Tenmoni's expression was complicated. He also looked up at the azure pillar of light and didn't say anything. The 2 of them stood on the left and right, their clothes and long hair fluttering in the wind. High up in the sky, the situation suddenly changed. Roar, following a deafening mixed roar of a man and a woman. A huge red skull slowly emerged from the azure pillar of light. The skull was blood red all over, and it was filled with murderous intent. The inverted swastika on its forehead shone with a red light, and blood radiated in all directions. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and its expression was ferocious. It roared crazily and continuously struggled to break free from the restraints of the azure pillar of light. Demon subjugation. Following Chui Zuan's explosive roar, the azure pillar of light suddenly expanded explosively like a huge dragon, and a brilliant light radiated in all directions. The roaring blood skeletons were forcibly pushed back by the glowing green light pillar. At the same time, the inverted swastika above the bloody skull's head suddenly flashed with a red light and gradually began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the inverted swastika slowly transformed into a blood-red crescent moon pattern. The first seal has been undone. Yiming said upon seeing this. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand in the air in front of him. Whoosh! Following a flash of light, a long saber surrounded by red light and murderous intent hovered in front of Yiming. Demonic saber, blood saber. Tenmoni was shocked. Yiming was already prepared to make his move. If Yi Fan's murderous intent did not diminish, and his evil intent soared to the heavens, he would use this blood saber to kill Yi Fan. Yiming slowly grasped the blood saber and turned to look at Tenmoni. Tenmoni understood and nodded solemnly. He flipped his palm over, and a golden light instantly flashed in the center of his palm. Whoosh! As the golden light in his palm grew brighter and brighter, a dazzling golden sword instantly appeared in Tenmoni's hand. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long and 1 inch and 3 inches wide. It was surrounded by golden light, and the scabbard was engraved with mysterious golden runes. On the sword hilt, there was a golden swastika written in reverse, and it was dazzling to the eyes. It was the Sky Demon Sword. Yiming furrowed his brows slightly. According to legend, the demon lord of the demon realm had a divine sword. This sword was so powerful that it could slay immortals and demons. It was the #1 divine weapon in the demon realm. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was indeed true. The two of them each held a saber and a sword, and both of them had their own thoughts as they silently looked at the azure pillar of light in the sky. Whoosh! The revolving azure pillar of light slowly began to shrink, and the azure light also began to recede. Chapter 560. Swoosh! Swoosh! Seeing Yi Fan descend from the sky, Yiming and Tenmoni, who were in midair, instantly disappeared into thin air. They turned into 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 red, and directly rushed to Yi Fan's side. The expressionless Yiming stood in front of Yi Fan with a pair of starry eyes, staring at Yi Fan's eyes. The solemn-looking Tenmoni, who was holding the Sky Demon Sword, came directly behind Yi Fan and looked at Yi Fan's back with a pair of eagle-like eyes. The black-robed Chui Zuan, who was wearing a black robe with golden threads, had a cold expression. He stared at Yi Fan's every move with his spirited eyes. In his hand, there was a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long, and green light surged around it. It was surrounded by auspicious light, and propitious air rose. On both sides of the scabbard, there were carvings of stars and 12 primordial stars. On the sword hilt, there were dragons, phoenixes, turtles, and cranes. For beasts circled around the sword hilt. At the top of the sword hilt, there was a dazzling and colorful lapis lazuli jade inlaid on it. The lapis lazuli jade inlaid was circular, and its style was similar to a copper coin. The sky was round, and the earth was round, and the earth was full of jewels. On the jade inlay, the 4 ancient characters of life hastening, peace, and happiness were arranged on the top, bottom, left, and right. In the round holes of the jade inlay, green tassels were tied to it. The entire sword looked radiant, and sword aura surrounded it. The name of the sword was Daybreak. It was a peerless divine weapon that Chui Zuan had used 3 years to personally forge. On the day the sword was forged, thousands of rays of green light burst out from the furnace, illuminating the pitch-black night as bright as day. Chui Zuan saw that the sword was blazing with yang energy, but the green light was restrained, just like the light of dawn. Hence, he named it Daybreak. After the sword was forged, Cui Zuin had once displayed the power of the divine weapon in front of the disciples of the swimming hall. At that time, it was Cui Zuin's 30th birthday. The four protectors of the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang, as well as the branch hall masters, had gathered at the Battle Golden Palace to celebrate Cui Zuin's birthday. During the banquet, the disciples took advantage of the fact that Cui Zuin was in a good mood and requested to see the divine weapon. Seeing that the disciples were sincere, Cui Zuin agreed to the request. Slightly tipsy, he stood up from a main seat at the banquet and led his disciples to the grand garden outside the Golden Battle Palace. At this time, the sky was the sun and white fluttering. Cui Zuin looked up at the sky and pulled the divine weapon of dawn out of its scabbard. Along with the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, a dazzling green sword was unsheathed from its scabbard. Cui Zuin held the sword with one hand, closed his eyes, and smiled. The green light emitted by the daybreak illuminated the area around Cui Zuin. It was very beautiful. When the sword appeared, all the disciples were shocked. It was broad daylight. No matter how strong the light was, it couldn't be compared to the scorching sun. But this daybreak could compete with the scorching sun. Swoosh! Just as the disciples were exclaiming, Cui Zuin suddenly opened his eyes and waved the daybreak in the sky. A green light screen shot up into the sky, straight into the clouds. The next scene shocked everyone so much that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Along with a thunderous sound, a large group of white clouds in the sky was split in half by the green light from Daybreak's sword. The sword chi of this sword was actually able to cut apart the clouds in the sky. What kind of power was that? While everyone was dumbstruck, Cui Zuin let out a burp and drunkenly sheathed his divine weapon. Then, he walked back to the banquet with slightly swaying steps. This time, to prevent Yi Fan's evil aura from going berserk, Cui Zuin took out the Daybreak divine weapon. Demonic Saber Yi Ming, Demonic Venerable Tenmoni, and King of Death Cui Zuin. The three top-notch experts surrounded Yi Fan and held the three divine weapons in their hands. They stared at Yi Fan and were ready to fight. Yi Fan, who was surrounded in the middle, looked at the three experts and smiled without saying a word. Compared to before, he looked completely different now. His blood-red hair had turned back to a bright silver, and his blood-red eyes and vermilion-red lips had returned to their normal color. The swastika on his forehead was no longer bright red like blood, and it had turned into a dazzling green that radiated brilliance in all directions. The unsealed, evil aura had completely suppressed the demon in his heart. However, even though the demon spirit was suppressed, the evil aura was still there. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes were glowing green. The corner of his mouth was raised, and he had an evil smile on his face. Bzz. Yi Ming, who was standing in front of Yi Fan, exploded with light. Two rays of golden light shot out from his eyes and directly shot into Yi Fan's eyes. Whoosh! Two rays of red light shot out from Sky Moni's eyes as he stood on Yi Fan's back. They passed through Yi Fan's 8-treasure jade embroidered robe and shot directly at the crescent moon mark on Yi Fan's back. Clang with the roar of a tiger and a dragon, Cui Zuin pulled out the Daybreak sword from its scabbard. The sword was glowing with a dazzling green light. The sword's aura soared into the sky and shot straight towards the bull. Yi Ming was checking whether the evil aura in Yi Fan's body was suppressed. Tenmoni was checking whether the two seals on the crescent moon mark on Yi Fan's back were intact. Cui Zuin was in charge of monitoring Yi Fan's reaction. The moment Yi Fan showed any signs of going berserk, the Daybreak sword in his hand would immediately attack and kill him. The three experts each had their own roles and positions. They cooperated well. Yi Fan had an evil smile on his face. With his hands behind his back and his silver hair fluttering, he allowed the three of them to check him. After a while, Yi Ming retracted the golden rays from his eyes. Tinmoni also retracted the two red rays from his eyes. The two of them slowly loosened their grip on their divine weapons. Yiming's expression was calm. Tinmoni's brows relaxed. Phew! Chuiziwen saw their expressions and let out a long sigh. He slowly sheathed the dazzling green daybreak sword in his hand. Fortunately, Yifan's evil aura restrained the evil aura in his body. It had not fused with the evil aura. Yifan managed to keep his life this time. Senior Yi, Brother Chui, Brother Demon, you don't have to kill me now, right? Yifan looked at the three of them with an evil smile and asked, That depends on whether you still want to persevere? Yiming replied, Persevere? Yifan asked with a smile. Persevere for what? Didn't you just say that you always wanted to spar with me, but never had the chance? Yiming raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you still want to persevere? Senior Yi, Brother Chui. Yifan smiled awkwardly at first. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Just now, my inner demon was causing trouble. My desire to kill burned fiercely, and I completely lost my nature. If my words offended you, please forgive me. Although Yifan's evil aura was soaring to the sky, in front of the two of them, he was still respectful and did not dare to act rashly. Yiming smiled, and the demonic saber in his hand disappeared into thin air. Brother Yi, old Yi was right. We had no choice but to use the evil aura to suppress the evil aura in your body. Chuiziwen slowly walked in front of Yifan and said earnestly, Although your desire to kill is now under control, it is only temporarily. If you fight with others in the future, you must control the killing intent in your heart. You must not give the inner demon any chance to take advantage of you. Otherwise, you'll make a big mistake. Remember. Yifan nodded. This time, no matter what, Brother Yu and I must properly thank the two of you. Tinmoni walked over from behind Yifan and patted Yifan's shoulder. He looked at Yiming and Chuiziwen. Without the help of the two of you, Brother Yu would have committed countless sins in the future and suffered the wrath of thunder. As a demon lord, I will inevitably be implicated because I led him into the demon pool. Thank you, the two of you. When Brother Yu finishes his business in the human world, I will invite the two of you to my demon realm as guests. I'm afraid I can't come. Chuiziwen smiled. Just now, I already boasted that if I can't defeat you with that move, I won't take half a step into the demon realm. In any case, I'm still the leader of a sect. How can I go back on my word? Master Chui really knows how to joke. Tinmoni smiled. That move just now was just a feint. Master Chui didn't use his true power at all. How can it be considered a loss? Chuiziwen smiled and didn't comment. It's getting late. You should hurry back to the human world. Yiming said to Yifan. Remember what Master Chui said. Also, remember the 6-syllable mantra that I told you before. Take care of yourself. Yifan looked at Yiming and slowly nodded. Senior Yi, Brother Chui, Brother Demon, I can't thank you enough. Take care. I'll be going now. Yifan cupped his hands and said to the three of them. The three of them smiled and nodded. Whoosh! The black-robed, silver-haired Yifan instantly rose into the air and flew at high speed in the direction he came from. As soon as Yifan left, the smiles on the three of their faces instantly disappeared. Brother Yi, how's the suppression of his demonic thoughts? Tinmoni asked Yiming. I just checked. It's a 10% inner demon, but it's only suppressed by 70%. Moreover, it's very unstable. Yiming said expressionlessly. In the world, if Yiming claimed to be second in terms of understanding and control of inner demons, no one would dare claim to be first. Tinmoni frowned after hearing this. What about the remaining 2 seals? Are they loosened? Yiming asked Tinmoni in return. The 2 seals are still intact, but Tianmoni raised his head and looked at Yiming. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. But what? Yiming asked. Although the 2 seals are intact, the impact of the demonic energy is several times greater than before. Tinmoni frowned. I don't know how long these 2 seals can last. Yiming's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Although the outcome was not as bad as they had imagined, it was definitely not as good as they had imagined, either. As long as one of these 2 seals is broken, it's only a matter of time before the other seal is broken. Chui Ziwen said with a worried expression. Although the three of them had appeared to be chatting and laughing earlier, they had actually done so to reassure Yifan. Humans had a habit of thinking about things the more they were afraid of. Coincidentally, the more they were afraid of something, the more they would think about it. Once Yifan knew that his inner demon had only been suppressed by 70%, he would be worried that he would be controlled by it again. The reason why inner demons were called inner demons was because they knew what you were thinking and what you were afraid of. As long as you thought about it, it would immediately take advantage of the opening and take over your mind. What should we do now? Tenmoni asked with a serious expression. We can't just watch him break the remaining 2 seals, can we? At this point, there are only 2 ways. Yi Ming said. 2 ways? Tenmoni asked hurriedly. What 2 ways? First, help him cultivate the 3rd level of Xuantian's secret manual, Phoenix Dances in the 9th Heaven, Yi Ming said slowly. Use the righteous energy of heaven and earth to suppress the demonic thoughts and evil aura. This way, even if the seal is broken and the demonic thoughts are reborn, he won't lose his humanity. This method is too dangerous. Chui Ziwen shook his head. To cultivate the 3rd level of the Xintian secrets, one has to go through a heavenly tribulation. He is now one with the demonic energy. If he goes through a heavenly tribulation, he will definitely die. Brother Chui is right. This method is not advisable. Tenmoni said. What is the 2nd method? Find the umbrella holder who sealed him and reseal him. Yi Ming said. Umbrella holder? Yi Qiu? Tenmoni was shocked. That's him. Yi Ming nodded. This person was Eldritch's brother. Back then, Eldritch taught him the method of sealing in advance to suppress the demonic energy after his reincarnation. The demonic energy can suppress the demonic energy, and the seal can seal the demonic energy. In that case, the seal can also suppress the demonic energy. This is a temporary solution. Who cares? Let's control his demonic energy and demonic energy first. Tenmoni said. Why am I so confused? Who is he now? Chui Ziwen asked with a frown. Silly boy Yifan? Eldritch who is both good and evil? Or the bloodthirsty blood demon? All 3, Yi Ming said with a frown. The 3 of them fell silent. Since that's the case, let's split up and search for the umbrella bearer, Yi Qiu. Tenmoni said resolutely after a long while. Yi Ming and Chui Ziwen looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 561. Fengming Mountain, Ling Yun Cave. Buzz. In the full moon pavilion, Yifan's body was covered in a layer of dazzling azure light. Whoosh. In the midst of the azure light, Yifan slowly opened his eyes. Bang. With a light, crisp sound, Yifan's loose white robe instantly rippled and shreds of cloth flew everywhere. It was replaced by the Devil Realm's secret treasure, the 8 treasures jade silk robe. At this time, Yifan was wearing a gorgeous black robe, and his silver hair was flashing. The swastika written on his forehead was even more dazzling and radiant. Woo! Baihu, who was several feet away, saw Yifan open his eyes and immediately jumped into Yifan's arms excitedly. She stuck out her pink tongue and continuously licked Yifan's face. Yifan had really frightened her just now. Now that Yifan's killing intent had suddenly decreased, she dared to approach Yifan. She didn't know why, but at this time, she felt the aura of Eldritch from Yifan's body. Silly girl, you must have been starving these past few days, right? Yifan reached out and stroked Baihu's fur as he said, with a pained expression. He had been in the Devil Realm for a total of 4 days. During these 4 days, Baihu had been guarding by his side. She had not eaten a single drop of water and had not left his side at all. Baihu rubbed her head against Yifan's face and whimpered softly. Let's go eat something first, and then go back to save Hongji, okay? Yifan asked Baihu. Woo! Baihu nodded obediently. She had indeed been starving these past few days. If it wasn't for Yifan feeding her ginseng and Ganoderma, she wouldn't have been able to endure these past 4 days. What made her even happier was that Yifan's words revealed a sense of confidence. This confidence made her feel a sense of security that she had never felt before. "Let's go." Yi Fan, who was holding Bai Hu in his arms, slowly stood up from the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, his figure disappeared in an instant. Shua! In just an instant, a man and a fox appeared in the sky above a small town. Bai Hu, who was lying on Yi Fan's shoulder, instantly widened her eyes in disbelief when she saw the small town with smoke rising from all around them. It couldn't be more familiar with the town beneath its feet. For more than 300 years, every time it left Fengming Mountain to pick herbs, it would stroll around this small town, buy some necessities, bring some snacks, and then return to Fengming Mountain. However, what surprised it was not the town in front of it, but Yi Fan's movement technique. One had to know that this small town was almost 100 miles away from Fengming Mountain. In other words, Yi Fan could teleport 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Bai Hu turned her head to look at Yi Fan in shock, her face full of shock. She still didn't know that Yi Fan was already the Devil Realm's Devil Monarch. With the heavenly devil's power in his hands, coupled with the two ultimate techniques in his body and the yin and yang spirit pearls, his strength was no longer the same as before. The movement technique that he was using now was just a small trick. Yi Fan saw Bai Hu's stunned expression and smiled. He reached out to scratch Bai Hu's nose. "Come, let's go eat," Yi Fan said and disappeared into thin air again. Shua! Below the small town, in a bun shop with the words "Take the World," a man and a fox appeared on an empty table out of thin air. "Waiter, give me 2 trays of buns, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and a few side dishes." Yi Fan picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea into 2 empty porcelain cups as he spoke to the waiter beside him. This scene scared the sleepy waiter so much that he screamed and fell to the ground. At this moment, his soul flew out of his body and scattered to the 9 heavens as he repeatedly called for Bodhisattva's protection. This was the first time in his life that he saw someone appear in front of him out of thin air. "Guest, guest, guest." The waiter, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face, quickly moved to the back and stammered, You, are you a human or a ghost?" He thought that he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "What? Ghosts like to eat buns too?" Yi Fan smiled and turned to look at the waiter. He picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Bai Hu as he spoke. Bai Hu, who was on his shoulder, lowered her head and gently drank the tea in the cup. The waiter looked at Bai Hu, who was on Yi Fan's shoulder, and then lowered his head to look at the shadow behind Yi Fan. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and get up from the ground. "Guess you scared me to death." The waiter patted his chest and said, "We're hungry. Hurry up and serve the buns." Yi Fan looked at the waiter as he fed Bai Hu water. Oh. The waiter came back to his senses. 2 trays of buns, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a few side dishes. "It'll be right up, right up." After saying that, the waiter turned and ran away. Yi Fan smiled and put down the cup. He hugged Bai Hu, who was on his shoulder, and gently stroked her. Xiao Zhao had once told him that she loved eating the buns from this world bun shop. However, ever since they moved into the Lingyun cave, he hadn't brought her here even once. "Eat more later. Look at you. You've lost weight from starvation for the past 2 days." Yi Fan gently stroked Bai Hu's head and said with a smile. Bai Hu licked her lips and nodded at Yi Fan, drooling. "The buns are here," shouted the waiter with a towel draped over his shoulder. He brought 2 trays of steaming buns to the table and deftly placed the buns on the table in front of Yi Fan. Then, he took 4 side dishes from the tray. "Guest, everything you ordered is here," the waiter said to Yi Fan. "Pack 2 trays of meat buns and 2 side dishes for me. I'll take them away in a moment," Yi Fan said as he took out a golden leaf and handed it to the waiter. Yes. The waiter nodded and bowed as he took the golden leaf from Yi Fan. He said with an awkward expression, "Guest, this is a small business. We can't give you change for this golden leaf. No need for change." Yi Fan smiled at the waiter. "We'll come here often in the future. We'll settle the bill together then." Yes. Thank you, guest. Please enjoy your meal." The waiter beamed and turned around to pack the buns. Come, eat some buns. Yi Fan put Baihu on the table and pushed one of the trays of buns in front of Baihu. You eat vegetarian. I'll eat meat. Baihu, who was drooling, didn't hold back. She directly picked up a bun from the tray and put it on the plate in front of her. Then, she grimaced as she ate. The buns that just came out of the steamer were naturally hot. Eat slowly. Be careful. It's hot. Yi Fan smiled and pushed the two side dishes in front of Baihu. Oh, I've really opened my eyes today. This beast actually eats buns. He. Following a burst of harsh laughter, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a bird cage walked in from outside. Behind him, there were 4 strong men who looked like thugs. All of them were tall and sturdy. The middle-aged man's words made the 4 people behind him laugh. The master and 4 servants sat down at a slightly larger table. The middle-aged man sat at the main seat, and the 4 strong men sat around him. They were only 2 tables away from Yi Fan's table. Baihu, who was eating buns, immediately raised her head and looked at Yi Fan when she heard the laughter of these people. Eat first. Yi Fan, who had his back to the 5 people, quietly ate his buns and said to Baihu. Baihu looked at Yi Fan for a while and then continued to eat her buns. Is there anyone who's panting? In front of the long table, a fat middle-aged man with big ears pulled out a drawl and tapped the table with his finger. I want to try your buns for a change today. After seeing these people, the waiter immediately rushed to the 5 people in a panic. Master Su, what brings you here? The waiter asked with a smile as he wiped the table. I say, you Bao Tianxiao really don't know how to do business. The middle-aged fatty laughed as he looked at Yi Fan's back. He pointed at the mulberry tree and the locust tree and ridiculed the locust tree. You do business with both humans and animals. Damn it, what I eat is the same as what animals eat. Are you trying to make me unhappy? Master Su, you really know how to joke. Even if you lent me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to make you unhappy. The waiter said with a smile. That's true. The middle-aged man called Master Su laughed sarcastically. In Ebony Town, whoever makes me unhappy for a while, I'll make him unhappy for the rest of his life. Master Su is right. Master Su is right. The waiter said with a smile. How about this? Out of sight, out of mind. Master Su, why don't you eat in the private room inside? Oof, that's more like it. The fat man shook his head and stood up. Let's go to the private room to eat. Damn, it's so early in the morning, so damn unlucky. As the fatty spoke, he led his 4 lackeys and swaggered behind the waiter as they walked towards the private room inside. When the fat man passed by Yi Fan, Baihu happened to raise her head and look at them from the table. Oh, this animal is growing up pretty well. The middle-aged man said as he immediately turned around and sat his huge, but on the chair opposite Yi Fan. His eyes lit up as he looked at Baihu Zhao, who was sitting on the table. Her whole body was snow white and her forehead was red. Woo! Baihu whimpered and immediately jumped into Yi Fan's arms. Brother Yi is here. It's okay. Eat first. Yi Fan stroked the frightened Baihu in his arms with one hand. He used his chopsticks to pick up a vegetarian bun with the other and put it in front of Baihu's mouth. At this time, Baihu was not in the mood to eat. She turned her head directly into Yi Fan's arms and did not make a sound. Yi Fan's face was cold as he put the chopsticks in his hand on the table. Big brother? You're its big brother? Ha ha! The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard Yi Fan's words. Then, he slapped the table and laughed. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. The middle-aged man laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. It called you big brother. The 4 people behind him also laughed loudly at this time. The laughter was ear-piercing. Yi Fan, who had a cold expression, curved the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly again. This animal is growing up pretty well. My new wife will definitely like it. The middle-aged man, who gradually stopped laughing, looked at Yi Fan and said, I'll buy this animal. Name a price. I just came out today, and I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill anyone. Yi Fan smiled evilly at the middle-aged man and said, You still have 15 years of life. Cherish it. Don't seek your own death. Yo, 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 TSK, TSK, TSK. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard Yi Fan's words. Then, He looked back at his 4 followers with a smile. He curled his frog-like mouth and raised his fingers like an orchid. He coyly imitated a woman and said, "Io, Io, I'm so scared, ha ha." The 4 followers burst into laughter. After the middle-aged man finished laughing, he pressed one arm on the table and leaned his body closer to Yi Fan. He laughed and said, "Come, come, come. Let's see how you're going to kill me." TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Fan, who had an evil smile on his face, picked up the chopsticks on the table and put a meat bun in front of him. He smiled and looked at the meat bun on the chopsticks in his hand. What a pity. Chapter 562. Steam Bun. The fat middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "What do you mean? Eat a meat bun, and I'll send you on your way." Yi Fan looked at the fat middle-aged man opposite him and said with an evil smile, "When you reach the king of hell, you'll have the strength to complain, so you won't be a hungry ghost." Ha ha ha. After hearing Yi Fan's words, the fat middle-aged man was stunned at first. Then he burst into laughter. It was already late in the morning, and there were many diners in the restaurant. When they saw the only son of the magistrate, who was known as the king of hell, bullying the commoners in the restaurant, they immediately retreated to the door, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The 4 followers behind the fat middle-aged man were also amused by Yi Fan's words. The young man in front of them really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to be so rude to the son of the magistrate. He must be tired of living. This strangely dressed young man was probably going to jail today. However, the next scene made the 4 of them unable to laugh anymore. They saw Yi Fan curl his lips and gently pinch the meat bun in his hand with his chopsticks. Pa! A fresh meatball the size of a walnut broke through the meat bun on the chopsticks and flew straight to the fat middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was laughing loudly and didn't notice the incoming meatball at all. Pa! The meatball flew into the middle-aged man's smelly mouth at high speed. Puff! With a dull sound, a column of blood splashed out from the back of the fat middle-aged man's neck. Chi! The column of blood gushed out from the fat middle-aged man's throat and sprayed the 4 strong men behind him with blood. Pa! The meatball covered in thick blood fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped moving. The fat middle-aged man's face was purple, his pupils were dilated, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, he still maintained the smile on his face. Thump! The fat middle-aged man lay down heavily on the wooden table. There was a walnut-sized hole in the back of his neck. Blood spurted out 3 feet high, as if it was raining blood. This fat man lived like a prince and was overnourished. Relying on the fact that his father was the local magistrate, he loafed around all day. He brought along 4 yamen runners to carry caged birds, walk dogs, and tame eagles, stirring up chaos in the local area. The common people complained incessantly, but did not dare to voice their anger. Of all the people he could provoke today, he just had to provoke the demon monarch Yi Fan, who had just turned into a demon. It really was as the old saying goes, when the heavens create a disaster, one can defy it, but when one brings it upon oneself, one cannot live. The magistrate's son never thought that he would be killed by a meatball. When the fat man's fat body fell on the table, the onlookers at the entrance of the shop instantly woke up from their stupor and took 5 steps back. When the waiter and the old shopkeeper behind the counter saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits, and their guts were torn apart. The waiter was so scared that his legs were trembling. The old shopkeeper's eyes turned black, and he fainted on the ground. Amidst everyone's cries of surprise, Yi Fan gently placed the bun's skin without any meat filling into his mouth with a smile on his face and slowly chewed on it. What a pity about that meatball. With a wicked smile, Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. He lifted the teacup to his mouth and took a sip. Woo! When the white fox saw the fat man lying on the table in a pool of blood with a smile on his face, the white fox buried its head in Yi Fan's arms and did not dare to take another look. Yi Fan patted Baihu, indicating that it should not be afraid. Behind the corpse, The four burly men who were covered in blood stood rooted to the ground. They were dumbfounded, their eyelids twitching, and their teeth chattering. They could not believe that everything that had happened in front of them was real. Their master, who was still alive and kicking, was killed in the blink of an eye by a meatball. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. This time, they made a big mistake. The four men thought to themselves. The four of them were originally responsible for the young master's safety. Now, the young master, who was nicknamed the Living King of Hell, was really going to meet the King of Hell. How were the four of them going to explain this when they returned? What should they say? Should they say that the young master was fed a meatball and it came out from the back of his neck? At this point, they only had two options. The first option was to capture this person alive and bring him back to the prefectural magistrate. Perhaps they could save their own lives. But then again, this person was able to take someone's life with just a meatball. His cultivation level was very high. How could they, mere constables, be a match for him? The second option was only left with the second option. Run. Just run away. The four men looked at each other and quickly walked to the door. Stop. Yifan's voice came from behind them. This sentence made the four men stop in their tracks. The four men's hands trembled and they broke out in a cold sweat. They did not dare to breathe. The whole steam bun shop was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. You're leaving just like that? Yifan, who was sitting at the wooden table, asked slowly. He was eating a meat bun with his left hand and using his right hand to pick up a side dish with his chopsticks. Little ones have eyes but failed to see. We have offended young hero. Young hero, please give us a way out. Give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. One of the bolder men braced himself and turned around. As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Young hero, please have mercy, please have mercy. The remaining three people immediately turned around and bowed towards Yifan, kowtowing to him as if they were pounding garlic with their heads. Yifan stuffed the remaining half of the steamed bun into his mouth. He stood up with Baihu in his arms and slowly walked to the four men. Are you sure you want to start anew? Yifan, who was chewing his steamed bun in his mouth, squatted down and smiled at the four men who were sweating profusely. Yes, yes. Hearing Yifan's question, the four of them hurriedly nodded and answered, We're willing to turn over a new leaf. Good. I'll give you a chance to start anew. You may leave. Yifan stood up and said to the four men, Thank you, young hero. Thank you, young hero. When the four men heard that Yifan was going to let them go, they quickly thanked him and got up to leave. Looking at the backs of the four men leaving, the silver-haired, black-robed Yifan's lips curled up into a sinister smile. This sinister smile sent chills down everyone's spines and made their scalps go numb. However, the next scene would become a nightmare that they could not forget for the rest of their lives. Puff, 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 puff. Following four dull sounds, the heads of the four men who had already walked to the street flew into the air. Their heads were separated from their bodies. The blood spurting out from their necks was as high as 10 feet. The four heads flew into the air and then fell to the ground with blood spurting out. Thump, 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 thump. The four heads fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. After spinning a few times, they stopped moving. On the faces of the four men, there was still a joyful expression of having survived a disaster. Plop! The four corpses fell into a pool of blood. The blood spurting out from their necks dyed the street red. Ah, they're dead. The people on the street were frightened by this strange and tragic scene. They fled in all directions and screamed. In an instant, the street was in chaos. Children cried and adults screamed. It was a mess. It was even more chaotic than when bandits entered the city. In the blink of an eye, the bustling street was in a mess. There was no one left. Only the four headless corpses were left. In the shop, everyone was silent. It was eerily quiet. To be honest, they also wanted to run, but their legs had already turned to jelly and they didn't have the strength to run. Among them, some were so scared that they fainted, some were so scared that their legs were trembling, and some were so scared that they wet their pants. The air was filled with the smell of urine. Waiter, are my buns ready? With an evil smile, Yifan shifted his gaze away from the four corpses and turned around to ask the waiter, whose face was pale and whose teeth were chattering. Guest, 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 the waiter said to Yifan with a trembling voice. It's, 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 it's done. As the waiter spoke, he picked up the food box with trembling hands and carefully handed it to Yifan. Yifan smiled and gently patted the waiter's back before reaching out to take the food box. The waiter almost fainted from Yifan's slap. He had been a waiter in this shop for more than 10 years and had seen countless people, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Yifan. He had seen experts, but he had never seen someone kill people with meatballs. He had seen mutants, but he had never seen someone who could directly send 4 heads flying without even touching them. What made him feel even more incredulous was that this person was capable, generous, and ruthless, but he didn't put on any airs. He even patted his back affectionately just now. The good were governed well, and the evil were governed badly. The high were trampled on, and the low were respected. This was eldritch style of doing things in the past. Dear neighbors, Yifan placed the white fox and the food box to the side and looked around. He cupped his hands and said to the crowd, I've disturbed all of you just now. I hope that all of you will forgive me for my rudeness. I apologize to all of you here. As Yifan spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the crowd. The crowd saw that although the young man in front of them was ruthless, his words were sincere and courteous. The fear they had felt just now began to fade away. Young hero, do you know who they are? The waiter plucked up the courage to ask Yifan. I know. Yifan smiled at the waiter. Bad people. The waiter was speechless. Young hero, you may not know, but this person is the son of the local magistrate. Young hero, you killed him directly. They won't let this go, a middle-aged man in the crowd said to Yifan. As soon as the middle-aged man said this, the crowd nodded and whispered to each other. Dear neighbors, please pass on a message to the magistrate. If he connives with his subordinates to bully the people again, the next one without a head will be him. Yifan cupped his hands to the crowd and said. The crowd was stunned at first, but then their faces lit up with joy. With this person's words and the death of these 5 people, Magistrate Su would certainly restrain himself and not dare to act recklessly again. Young hero, didn't you just promise to give the 4 of them a chance to turn over a new leaf? Why did you take their lives? The waiter asked Yifan with a puzzled look. I didn't say anything wrong. I did give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yifan smiled. The waiter was confused and didn't understand. If they don't reincarnate, how can they turn over a new leaf? What do you think? Yifan looked at the waiter and asked with a smile. Yifan's words stunned everyone present. They were speechless and speechless. Chapter 563. East Sea Coast. On the warship. Early morning. In the cabin, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was wearing a gray robe, sat on a praying mat with his brows tightly knitted. In front of him, a black-clothed ninja with a sword on his back and a veil on his face was kneeling on one knee. That means that the 3 demons were not sent by great god Xietian to kill Yifan. Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked the black-clothed ninja. The black-clothed ninja nodded. So it's like this. Matsumoto Takeyoshi let out a long breath and muttered to himself. The news that the black-clothed ninja brought back made his worried heart fall to the ground. His deduction was not wrong. The one who sent the 3 demons to kill Yifan was the demon king of the 9 demons and not great god Xietian. If great god Xietian wanted to kill Yifan, he would have sent someone to inform him. Where is Nieching now? Is he still in the great Ming dynasty? Matsumoto Takeyoshi picked up a cup of tea and asked the black-clothed ninja. Replying to Master, I heard from the Demon King that Nieching is currently in the East Ocean continent. The black-clothed ninja replied, That's good. Matsumoto Takeyoshi nodded as he drank his tea. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was not surprised that Nieching was able to force back the 3 demons with one move. Since this person and Bai Shang from the 10,000 Immortals house could make great god Xietian feel troubled, They were definitely not ordinary people. It was reasonable that the three demons were not their opponents. He was originally worried that Qing would stay in the Great Ming Dynasty to fight against him. But now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Master, this subordinate has something to report to you. The black-clothed ninja raised his head and said, "What is it?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. "Xuanji is dead." The black-clothed ninja raised his head and said, "What? Dead?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi immediately frowned when he heard this. He held the teacup in his hand and asked the ninja in black, "What happened?" On the second day after young master led the troops to the border, the crown prince of the Great Ming Dynasty led a large number of masters straight into the imperial palace and captured Xuanji alive. The ninja in black said, "Idiot!" Matsumoto Takeyoshi flew into a rage and threw the teacup in his hand onto the ground. "Pah!" The teacup shattered and water splashed everywhere. This time, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was known for being unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, was truly angry. With Xuanji's cowardly personality, as long as he was tortured a little, he would definitely spill everything he knew. The crown prince must have known everything about it by now. Not only that, the emperor who was under house arrest must have regained his power. Seeing that Matsumoto Takeyoshi was angry, the ninja in black lowered his head. "Where's Spy?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked angrily. "That bastard Xuanji was captured. Is Spy also captured? Why didn't they spread the news immediately?" "My lord," the ninja in black lowered his head and replied, "Before the crown prince of the Great Ming Dynasty broke into the imperial palace, he had already sent people to surround the entire imperial palace and completely blocked all the roads leading to the capital. The people we planted inside couldn't pass the news to the outside at all." Matsumoto Takeyoshi narrowed his eyes, and his expression became solemn. All of a sudden, everything came to the surface. The armies of the four countries gathered, and the heavy military force was just a pretense. Their real purpose was to assassinate their only son, Zhou Dao, and rescue the emperor. And the initiator of all this was none other than the crown prince of the Great Ming Dynasty. On one hand, he secretly contacted the four countries and asked them to send a large number of troops to the border. On the surface, he put on a posture of a large-scale attack on the Great Ming Dynasty, but secretly deployed elite assassins to kill Zhou Dao. On the other hand, he logically sent Zhou Dao, who held military power, to the border to defend against the enemy. When Zhou Dao was far away from the capital, he led a large number of people into the imperial palace to rescue the emperor, capture Xuanji, and rescue the emperor, who was under house arrest. What a good move, building one path in the open while secretly plotting another in the dark. What a good move. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't expect that the stupid emperor could give birth to such an intelligent crown prince. He was actually able to set up such a shocking plan that killed two birds with one stone. At first, he didn't take the crown prince seriously. He thought that as long as he controlled the emperor, everything would be fine. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. As the saying goes, a dike of 1,000 miles can be destroyed by an ant's nest. It was because of his negligence that he was in such a passive situation. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Takeyoshi lamented that he didn't give birth to a good son. If his only son, Tai Lang, had half the wisdom of the crown prince, how could he be in such a passive situation today? Where is Tai Lang now? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked with a frown. "My lord, the young master is now guarding the border," the ninja in black replied. "What's the situation at the border now?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. "Both sides are biding their time," the ninja in black replied. "The four countries are now showing signs of withdrawing their troops. Send someone to tell Tai Lang not to bide their time. Attack fiercely. Without my permission, don't stop the war." Matsumoto Takeyoshi angrily slammed his palm on the table and said with gritted teeth, "Also, order the ninja troops to protect the young master's safety. Within a month, I want half of the troops of the four countries at the border to be lost. Since the other party had set up a trap, he would beat them at their own game and completely mess up the situation. Didn't the four countries pretend to besiege us? Fine, then I'll really attack you fiercely and see how the four countries respond. Once the four countries suffered heavy losses, they would definitely be angry. The fake besiegement would become an all-out war. At that time, even if the Great Ming Dynasty didn't want to get involved in the war, it would be useless. When the war broke out, he would order Zhou Dao to lead a large number of troops to withdraw from the battlefield and let the troops of the four countries into the Great Ming Dynasty. He would let the wolves into the house and watch the tigers fight. After hearing Matsumoto Takeyoshi's words, the man in white standing behind him nodded slightly. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was indeed very intelligent, 1 in a million. He could easily turn the disadvantage of being attacked from two sides into an advantage in an instant. This trick of turning the tables and sowing discord was used by him to the point of perfection. Yes, the ninja in black lowered his head and replied. Matsumoto Takeyoshi waved his hand, and the ninja in black understood and retreated out of the cabin door. Since he did this, I'll do the same, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he picked up a white porcelain cup from the tea tray, picked up the teapot, and poured tea again. He wanted to kill my only son, so I'll destroy his country. Although the young master is protected by the ninja troops, it can't guarantee that there won't be any danger. The man in white who had been silent said to Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Sir, it's best to send 2 people to help him. I have the same intention. Matsumoto Takeyoshi picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of fragrant tea and said, Taro is brave but not smart, and he's not scheming. If he's allowed to mess around, maybe the previous failure will happen again. Sir, who do you plan to send to help the young master? The man in white asked. Who do you think is suitable, Mr. Yamada? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked. That depends on how many people you plan to send, the man in white replied. 2, no more, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said. If it's 2, I think it's more appropriate to send Fujita Takashi and Sadokawa Kai, the man in white said. Fujita Takashi, Sadokawa Kai. Matsumoto Takeyoshi narrowed his eyes and repeated the names of the 2 men. Fujita Takashi is calm when he's in trouble. He's low-key and is proficient in Chimanduinjia. His swordsmanship is superb, and his eyesight is unparalleled in the world. He can be of great use, the man in white said. Matsumoto Takeyoshi nodded slightly. As for Sato Kawakai, although this person is addicted to beauty, his cultivation is not shallow. He's ruthless when he fights, and his moves are insidious, the man in white continued. Among the 13 masters, no one is more suitable than him when it comes to fighting and killing. Between the 2 of them, one is intelligent and one is brave, one is reserved and one is released. It's an excellent combination. Well, Matsumoto Takeyoshi nodded after listening to the man in white. As you said, send these 2 men to the border to help Taro kill the enemy. The man in white nodded. Just as Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the man in white were talking, the voice of the gatekeeper ninja came in. Master, Mr. Yi is back. The gatekeeper's words made the 2 of them frown instantly, and they were shocked. Matsumoto Takeyoshi did not expect Yi Fan, who was severely injured by Kimura Misaki, one of the 9 demons, to return to the East Sea so quickly. The man in white was shocked that he did not notice Yi Fan's arrival at all. Every time Yi Fan came close to the warship, he would sense Yi Fan's aura. However, this time, he did not sense it at all. Whoosh! As the wooden door of the cabin slid open, Yi Fan, who was wearing a beautiful black robe, with a jade belt around his waist and a red blood demon badge hanging from his neck, walked in expressionlessly. Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the man in white gasped when they saw the green light flashing upside down between Yi Fan's eyebrows. They could not believe their eyes. Yi Fan had turned into a demon. Although the 2 of them had not seen the ancient book on the possession of the demonic Taoist Li Si, they were not completely unaware of the matter. The reason was very simple. The ancient book in Li Si's hand was not the only one that recorded the matter of being possessed. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was well versed in the ancient Chinese culture and had collected many ancient books. Among these ancient books, a large portion of them introduced the matter of being possessed by the demonic Taoist. Although these ancient books did not record the mantra to enter the demonic realm, they more or less recorded some knowledge of being possessed by the demonic Taoist. Such ancient books existed all over the world. Naturally, this included the ancient books circulating among the Japanese. In Matsumoto Takeyoshi's collection of ancient books, other than the ancient books about the 9 cauldrons, the rest of the ancient books were all about obtaining great power. Regarding being possessed by the demonic Taoist, these ancient books had different explanations and emphasized different things. However, the sign of being possessed by the demonic Taoist was surprisingly consistent. They did not expect the records in the ancient books to be true. They also did not expect Yi Fan to be possessed by the demonic Taoist. The man in white finally understood why he could not sense Yi Fan's aura. Yi Fan was not using his physical body's spiritual energy. He was using the demonic spiritual energy in his primordial spirit. At this moment, Yi Fan's cultivation was no longer the same as before. It had far surpassed his. In other words, if Yi Fan wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. Chapter 564. After entering the cabin, Yi Fan asked the shocked Matsumoto Takeyoshi, "Where's Hong Ji's body?" When he returned to the cabin, he was shocked to find that Akatsuki, who was originally placed in the sleeping cabin and wrapped in an ice coffin, was nowhere to be found. In a hurry, he went directly to Matsumoto Takeyoshi's cabin to ask about the whereabouts of the corpse. "I've already sent someone to bury Miss You. What's wrong? What happened?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who had just recovered from his shock, replied. "Bury." When Yi Fan heard this, he frowned and his heart was filled with shock. He didn't expect Matsumoto Takeyoshi to have already buried Akatsuki. "Miss You was a VIP that I invited. You weren't around for the past few days. I can't possibly leave her body in your ship to rot, right?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked at Yi Fan and said, "So, I asked Mr. Yamada to break the barrier that you set up on the ship and send someone to bury Miss You according to Japanese etiquette." Yi Fan stared at Matsumoto Takeyoshi with his reddened eyes and asked loudly, "Where did you bury her?" Hearing Yi Fan's question, Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned his head to look at the man in white behind him. "There's an uninhabited island 300 miles southeast of here. I asked someone to bury her there." "The man in white," answered Yi Fan. The expressionless Yi Fan raised his head to look at the man in white. Then he turned around and flicked his sleeves. With a swoosh, he turned into a glaring green light and flew out of the cabin. He shot straight into the sky and headed southeast at full speed. Whoosh! Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was sitting on the futon, and Shingo Yamada, who was standing behind him, had their clothes fluttering in the wind caused by Yi Fan's movements. The 2 ninjas who were guarding the entrance looked at each other. They were both dumbfounded. They had seen people with fast movement techniques, but they had never seen such a heaven-defying movement technique. To be able to turn one's body into a ray of light, how high would one's cultivation have to be able to do this? After the green light disappeared into the horizon, the 2 of them slowly came back to their senses and slowly closed the cabin door with a stunned expression. Inside the cabin, Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the man in white remained silent. After a long time, Matsumoto Takeyoshi broke the silence and turned to ask the man in white, "With your current cultivation, how confident are you in defeating him?" "Before he turned into a demon, I had a 70% chance of defeating him. But now the man in white slowly shook his head and said, I don't even have a 50% chance of winning." Matsumoto Takeyoshi's expression changed and turned solemn. If it weren't for the fact that Fujiwara Chico's true soul was in his hands, he would have died a long time ago. This true soul went from a bargaining chip to threaten Yi Fan to a life-saving straw. This change made Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who had always had a card up his sleeve, a little uncomfortable. "It seems that we have to do that thing," Matsumoto Takeyoshi said with a frown. He slowly picked up his teacup and gently sipped his tea. Yes, the man in white replied. There's no time to lose. Tonight, I will extract the spiritual power of 100 demons from the soul gathering evil cauldron and gather it into your body, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he stood up from the futon and turned to look at the man in white. I'll have to trouble you this time, Mr. Shingo. The man in white nodded slightly. On an uninhabited island 300 miles away, a stone tomb stood quietly in a bush. In front of the tomb, a huge bluestone tombstone stood alone. On the tombstone, the words Tomb of Beloved General Akatsuki were engraved in red Japanese. It was extremely eye-catching. Isolated island, lonely tomb, red words, tombstone, and a paper banner stuck to the side of the tomb that constantly swayed in the wind. It looked lonely and desolate. Whoosh! A streak of lightning-like green light broke through the clouds above the island, heading straight for the island. Whoosh! The silver-haired, black-robed Yi Fan, holding Baihu, appeared in front of the tombstone in an instant. Hongji, when he saw the tomb in front of him, Yi Fan, whose eyes were red, spoke in a choked voice. He slowly stroked the cold tombstone with his hand, 2 lines of hot tears slowly flowing from his eyes. Woo! Baihu, who was in his arms, jumped down from Yi Fan's arms and ran to the tombstone, whimpering in a low voice. Akatsuki had saved its life and got along well with it. She took care of it, and their relationship was very close. In addition, Akatsuki had died of blood loss because of Yi Fan, so Baihu was naturally very sad. A person, a fox, a tomb, and an island. The most desolate and miserable scene in the world was probably nothing more than this. After calming down a little, Yi Fan said to Baihu, who was in front of the tombstone, Xiao Xiao, hide to the side first. Baihu, who had tears in her eyes, looked up at Yi Fan and immediately understood. After retreating 70 to 80 feet, the white fox came to a stop. She looked at Yi Fan again. He slowly extended his right hand, then flipped it with his palm, facing the sky. Rumble, rumble, the small island began to shake violently. Plop, plop, plop. The violent tremors of the small island startled all kinds of birds that lived here. They flew out of the dense woods and bushes, covering the sky and covering the earth. Baihu was frightened by the scene in front of her. She stared with her big, clear eyes, and her 4 limbs tightly grasped the shaking ground. Her face was full of disbelief. If it wasn't for Yi Fan's warning, she would have thought that there was an earthquake. She would never have thought that Yi Fan would have such powerful strength at this time. As the ground shook more and more violently, Baihu couldn't take it anymore. She got up bravely, trotted, and jumped directly onto Yi Fan's shoulder. Only there would she feel completely safe. Rumble, rumble. As Yi Fan's right palm gradually rose, the thick tombstone began to collapse. The semicircular tombstone also began to crack along with the shaking of the ground. In the blink of an eye, the tombstone that was still intact a moment ago was shaken into countless pieces by Yi Fan's strength. Yi Fan's eyes were red, and he continued to raise his right palm. Walala! Countless broken pieces of stone slowly floated up from the ground, straight into the air. At this time, Yi Fan's silver hair was slowly lifted into the air by this force, and the beautiful black robe on his body was also fluttering in the wind, making fluttering sounds. Baihu used all 4 of its claws to hold tightly onto Yi Fan's shoulder, afraid that it would also float into the air. Amidst the falling pieces of stone, a huge crystal-clear ice coffin broke out of the cracked tombstone and slowly floated up. Inside the crystal-clear ice coffin, Akatsuki, whose face was covered with a red veil, had her eyes closed. Her skin was pale, and her hands were folded in front of her chest, as if she was asleep. Seeing that the cold chi ice coffin that he had set up was still there, Yi Fan felt as if a rock had been lifted from his heart. Fortunately, the ice coffin was not damaged, and the body inside was intact. Otherwise, for days of time, in addition to the humid island, would be enough to rot any body. Woo! After seeing Akatsuki's ice coffin, Baihu, who was standing on Yi Fan's shoulder, whimpered. When the ice coffin floated more than 3 feet above the ground, Yifan's feet left the ground, and he slowly floated up into the air. He lifted the huge ice coffin with both hands and placed it on his shoulder. At the same time, he retracted his strength. Walala. As Yifan retracted his strength, the falling pieces of stone that were floating in the air suddenly fell to the ground. Boom! 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 Large and small pieces of stone stirred up a lot of dust on the ground. After the dust settled, Yifan, who was carrying the ice coffin, slowly landed on the ground. He placed the ice coffin flat, and then pressed his hand on the ice coffin. He mobilized the heat of the Dragon Ball in his body and began to release the heat. Chi. Under the overbearing heat of the Dragon Ball, the ice coffin began to gradually melt, and Akatsuki's body soon appeared in front of Yifan. After the ice coffin melted, Yifan's heat still did not stop. At this time, Akatsuki's body was bone-chillingly cold, and her body was surrounded by water vapor. The red robe on her body was completely soaked, and her tall and graceful figure was undoubtedly revealed. Yifan wanted to use the heat to dry her clothes, and also to completely force out the cold from her body. With a burst of dense water vapor rising, Akatsuki's red robe gradually became dry, and the cold in her body was also driven out by the heat of the Dragon Ball. Yifan saw that the preparation was almost done, and he carried Akatsuki by the waist and placed her on a piece of dry grass. After everything was ready, Yifan reached out and gently lifted a corner of the red veil on Akatsuki's chin. He was going to use his blood essence to inject into Akatsuki's 5 viscera and 6 bowels to restore their normal functions. Then, he would inject his blood essence into Akatsuki's blood vessels and use his aura to completely stimulate the circulation. In this way, he would be able to resurrect Akatsuki. Yifan originally wanted to only lift the veil on Akatsuki's mouth and leave the rest as it was. After all, he had to respect each other's privacy. However, as the saying goes, there is no story without coincidence. The moment Yifan lifted the veil on Akatsuki's mouth, a gust of sea breeze instantly blew past Yifan, and the entire veil on Akatsuki's face was completely blown off. When Akatsuki's true appearance was revealed in front of Yifan, Yifan was so shocked that his pupils instantly shrank, and he almost screamed out loud. The Akatsuki in front of him had eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like cream, an apricot face, rosy cheeks, and dark hair. She was exactly the same as his wife, Fujiwara no Chiko. Plop. Yifan, who was in a daze, fell to the ground on his butt. He could not believe that everything in front of him was real. He was not the only one who was shocked. When she saw Akatsuki's true appearance, Baihu Zhao almost fell off Yifan's shoulder. What is going on? Yifan cried out involuntarily. All this time, he only thought that Akatsuki's eyes were like his wife's. He never expected that she was exactly the same as his wife. Why? Why was it like this? Could it be that Akatsuki's corpse was swapped out by Matsumoto Takeyoshi? He felt that his mind was a little muddled. It couldn't be. Yifan immediately rejected this idea. Matsumoto Takeyoshi might have the ability to make a corpse look like his wife, but it was impossible for him to replicate his own cold aura. The ice coffin that he set up was condensed from the cold aura of the ice snake's core. That Matsumoto Takeyoshi, no matter how powerful he was, would not have the ability to do so. This person was undoubtedly Akatsuki. Maybe it was a coincidence. The world was so big, it was not strange for people to look exactly the same. Yifan comforted himself. The most important thing now was to save her as soon as possible. Yifan thought as his left hand turned into a knife and slashed across his right wrist. Swish! A blood mark appeared on Yifan's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out. He placed his wrist beside Akatsuki's mouth, and the blood flowed from Akatsuki's mouth into her body. When Baihu saw this, it immediately opened its eyes wide and stretched out its claws to stop Yifan. It could lose anyone, but it could not lose Yifan. Chapter 565. As the blood essence from Yi Fan's wrist flowed into Akatsuki's internal organs, Akatsuki's body temperature began to rise. Her pale face also began to regain some color. At this time, her internal organs had begun to recover. Seeing this, Yi Fan continued to pour blood into Akatsuki's body from his right wrist. He stretched out his left hand and pointed it at her chest. Pa pa pa. After a few flashes of green light, Yi Fan forcefully opened several of Akatsuki's major acupuncture points. What he needed to do next was to use the power of the demon spirit to stimulate the blood essence into Akatsuki's blood vessels. Whoosh! Yi Fan stretched out his left hand and stimulated the power of the demon spirit. Buzz! His left palm, which had been swirling with green energy a moment ago, suddenly exploded with light and turned into a red palm of light. Yi Fan placed his palm on Akatsuki's chest and began to stimulate the power of the blood demon. Whoosh! Yi Fan closed his eyes. Countless strands of red light, as thin as hair, poured down from Yi Fan's palm and directly entered Akatsuki's chest. They slowly spread along her meridians and traveled throughout her body. Buzz! As the blood essence continued to travel to her limbs and meridians, Akatsuki's body began to emit a layer of soft red light. When this layer of red light completely enveloped Akatsuki, Yi Fan opened his eyes and a red light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! A dazzling red light circle was instantly emitted from his palm and quickly spread across Akatsuki's body. He wanted to use the power of the blood demon to stimulate Akatsuki's heart and circulate all the blood in her body. Countless rays of red light shot out from Yu Hongji's body in all directions, illuminating the ground within 3 feet of her in a red light. Yi Fan slowly removed his wrist from Akatsuki's mouth. Everything had been completed. What he had to do now was wait for Akatsuki's blood and chi to fuse and come back to life. Looking at the woman in front of him who looked exactly like his wife, Yi Fan had all kinds of feelings in his heart, but he couldn't describe them. They had the same appearance, the same care for him, and the same deep affection. He didn't know if this was a gift from the heavens or a punishment. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Yi Fan was letting his imagination run wild, Akatsuki, who was lying on the hay, started coughing softly. Hongji! Hongji! When Yi Fan saw that Akatsuki had come back from the dead, his face lit up with joy. Akatsuki slowly opened her eyes. Bufonkoin? In the instant that Akatsuki saw Yi Fan, she immediately sat up and asked, "Why are you here?" Yi Fan prepared to explain to her. "Where is this? Are we in the underworld?" Akatsuki interrupted Yi Fan and asked in an urgent voice. She thought that Yi Fan hadn't been saved by Nieching and had gone to the underworld with her. This isn't the underworld, this is the East Sea. Yi Fan reached out and tucked a lock of Akatsuki's hair behind her ear as he said with heartache. "East Sea," Akatsuki said as she looked around with her beautiful eyes. After seeing the boundless sea, Akatsuki finally believed that she hadn't died. She was still alive and was still together with Yi Fan. Woo! Seeing that Akatsuki had come back from the dead, Baihu immediately jumped into Akatsuki's arms and stuck out her pink tongue to lick Akatsuki's cheek. Xiao Xiao! Akatsuki stroked Baihu's fur and said happily, "It's so good to be alive," especially when she was with the man she loved. Akatsuki felt as if it was a lifetime ago. However, she soon felt that something was wrong. How could Baihu have licked her cheek? Where's her veil? Akatsuki thought as she reached out and touched her face. Her smooth face was empty. Akatsuki was shocked, and her beautiful eyes opened wide. Her veil was gone. Hugging the white fox in her arms, she blushed and turned around. Her heart was beating wildly, thumping wildly. From childhood to adulthood, other than her master Kyoichi Kamaya, no one had ever seen her face. Just now, in order to save you, I had no choice but to use my essence blood to feed you. Yi Fan saw Akatsuki turn around and immediately said with embarrassment, "Who knew that when I lifted the veil on your mouth, A gust of sea wind would blow over, and the result was excuses. Akatsuki, whose face was red, whispered while stroking Baihu. Although she said that, she was actually a little happy in her heart. Yifan was speechless, blown away by the wind. This really sounded like a fabricated lie. Wait a minute. You used your essence blood to feed me? Akatsuki suddenly recovered. In her mouth, there was indeed a strong smell of blood. Thinking of this, Akatsuki suddenly turned around and grabbed Yifan's right hand and pulled back his long sleeve. On Yifan's wrist, there was a scarlet line. The blood on it had not yet dried. Seeing the wound, Akatsuki's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Akatsuki, whose eyes were red, asked Yifan loudly while choking with sobs. Look at me. Am I not alive and well? Yifan wiped Akatsuki's tears and roughly told her what had happened later. He only told her that he had turned into a demon, became the Demon King, and brought you Moji out of the demon realm. Turned into a demon? You turned into a demon? Akatsuki could hardly believe her ears after hearing this. She stared at Yifan with a pair of beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. She had heard her master Shangu Qing mention this before, and she had also read about it in some ancient books. She had originally thought that those were just imaginary worlds created by the ancients. They were illusory and could not be taken seriously. Now that she had seen the swastika written upside down between Yifan's brows with her own eyes, she finally understood the authenticity of this matter. Then you're a demon now? Akatsuki asked Yifan with a curious expression. What? Are you afraid that I'll swallow you? Yifan turned to Akatsuki with a smile. Akatsuki pursed her lips and smiled. She didn't care what Yifan was. As long as she could be with him, she was satisfied. Akatsuki's smile stunned Yifan. He felt as if he could see his wife beside him. Were you shocked when you saw my appearance? Akatsuki asked Yifan. Yes. Yifan said, I was so scared that I sat on the ground. Ha ha. Akatsuki covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Don't laugh. Matsumoto Takeyoshi has already buried you on this island for 3 or 4 days, so you should save some energy. Yifan said with a smile. I was buried here 3 or 4 days. Akatsuki stopped laughing and asked in surprise. I just dug you out of the grave. Yifan said to Akatsuki with a smile. If I hadn't frozen you in ice, you would have already rotted away by now. Akatsuki was stunned. Be content. Thank goodness Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't bury you at sea. Otherwise, you would have already become fish food. Yifan said with a smile. If I was eaten by fish, what would you do? Akatsuki asked Yifan half jokingly and half seriously. I would be very sad. Yifan looked into Akatsuki's eyes and said. Akatsuki blushed and turned her head away. Rumble. Embarrassed, Akatsuki's stomach made a rumbling sound. She hadn't eaten for several days, and she had lost all her blood, so her stomach was naturally empty. Are you hungry? Yifan asked with a smile. Akatsuki nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. I knew you would be hungry, Yifan said with a smile. Before coming here, I specially brought back a tray of meat buns for you. Really? Akatsuki turned her head and asked. Put on your veil. I'll take you back to eat, Yifan said as he handed the red veil to Akatsuki, then picked up Baihu and placed her on his shoulder. Akatsuki put on her veil. Whoosh! With a wave of Yifan's sleeve, the 2 people and the fox instantly disappeared into thin air. Akatsuki only felt the things in front of her flash by, and before she could ask anything, the 2 people and the fox suddenly appeared on the deck of the battleship. They had covered the distance of 300 kilometers in the blink of an eye. What kind of movement skill was this? Could this be Yifan's strength after he turned into a demon? Akatsuki was stunned. Go say hello to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. I'll wait for you on the ship. The black-robed Yifan smiled at the stupefied Akatsuki. He instantly disappeared and appeared on the deck of the small ship, slowly walking into the ship. At the entrance of Matsumoto Takeyoshi's cabin, The two ninjas guarding the door looked at everything in front of them in shock, as if they were in a dream. They were no longer shocked by Yi Fan's movement skill, but by Yi Fan's special ability. The two had seen with their own eyes the ice coffin containing Akatsuki's corpse being carried away by several ninjas on a small boat. Now, Yi Fan had only been in Matsumoto Takayoshi's cabin for less than an hour, and Akatsuki was standing in front of them alive. Could this Yi Fan be the incarnation of the Grim Reaper? He could bring someone who had been dead for 3 to 4 days back to life. If it wasn't for the clear sky and the long shadow behind Akatsuki, they would have thought that the person in front of them was Akatsuki's soul. Miss Suki. Seeing Akatsuki come to the cabin door, the two ninjas immediately nodded and saluted to Akatsuki. "Is Mr. Matsumoto here?" Akatsuki asked. Replying to Miss Suki, "Mr. Matsumoto is inside." One of the ninjas lowered his head and said, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me pass the message." Akatsuki said to the ninjas. "Yes." The ninjas answered, turned around, and gently knocked on the door. "Mr. Matsumoto, Miss Suki is back." The ninjas said, "Let her in." There was a moment of silence in the cabin, followed by Matsumoto Takayoshi's voice. Obviously, Matsumoto Takayoshi was shocked by Akatsuki's resurrection. Voila! The ninjas slid the wooden door open, and Akatsuki stepped in. The moment they saw Akatsuki, Matsumoto Takayoshi, and the white-clothed man could hardly believe their eyes. What level of cultivation did this Yi Fan reach? He actually had the ability to resurrect a dead person who was buried for 3 or 4 days. If he could resurrect a dead person, then wouldn't he already have an immortal body? Greetings to Mr. Matsumoto. Akatsuki lowered her head and saluted Matsumoto Takayoshi. "Please get up quickly. Please get up quickly." Matsumoto Takayoshi quickly said to Akatsuki. Akatsuki got up. Miss Suki being able to resurrect from the dead is Matsumoto's fortune. Matsumoto Takayoshi said happily. "Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto." Akatsuki said, "Mr. Matsumoto, if there's nothing else, I'd like to go down and rest." Okay. Miss Suki should go back and rest for a few days. Your body is more important," Matsumoto Takayoshi said. Akatsuki nodded to Matsumoto Takayoshi and turned to leave. Chapter 566. Inside the cabin, Akatsuki, who had removed her veil, was wolfing down the meat bun that Yi Fan had brought back for her. "Eat slowly. No one is fighting with you." Yi Fan urged Akatsuki to eat slowly as he poured her a cup of tea. Akatsuki took the tea and gulped down a few mouthfuls before continuing to eat her meat bun. She had not eaten for 4 days and was famished. "Rest well after you're done eating," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, who was wolfing down her food. "I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Akatsuki, whose mouth was stuffed with meat bun, immediately looked up at Yi Fan. "Where are you going?" Akatsuki asked. "I'm going to return a wish. I'll be back in 2 hours at most," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. "I'm going too," Akatsuki said as she put down her meat bun and wiped her mouth. "You just come back from the dead, and your blood energy has not completely merged. Your soul has only just stabilized, so it's not suitable for you to go out. You should rest here for a day," Yi Fan said. "I'll take you out tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Akatsuki asked. "Where are we going tomorrow?" "There are too many things to do right now," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki with a smile. "I'll tell you about it when I get back," Yi Fan said as he picked up Baihu and stood up. "Then, be careful," Akatsuki reminded Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded with a smile as he stood up. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared into thin air thousands of miles away, Mount Jinping. Inside the cave, Li Si, who was dressed in tattered green clothes, was eating wild fruits with the white crane. Although the days were tough, the man and the crane still helped each other out. Whoosh! A ray of green light fell from the clouds and shot straight into the cave. Buzz! After the azure light faded, the black-robed, silver-haired Yi Fan appeared in front of Li Si. "Mr. Yi," Li Si, who was holding half a wild fruit in his hand, looked at Yi Fan in front of him. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. Yi Fan almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the green swastika written upside down between his eyebrows. Yi Fan had turned into a demon. Moreover, he still retained his humanity. Li Si exclaimed inwardly. What was even more inconceivable to him was that Yi Fan's body was actually shrouded in an extremely overbearing evil aura. This evil aura was so strong that even the devil spirit on his body couldn't contend against it. Yi Fan smiled and nodded at Li Si. Upon seeing Yi Fan, the white crane standing behind Reese immediately let out a high-pitched cry. It flapped its snow-white wings and used its slender and sharp beak to stab towards Yi Fan. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. It still remembered clearly the last time Yi Fan had used an ice shield to cover Li Si and knocked him unconscious. Schwer. Seeing this, Li Si immediately shouted for the white crane. However, the white crane's movements were too fast. The moment Li Si shouted, the white crane, which was 3 feet above the ground, had already rushed in front of Yi Fan. It stretched its neck and stabbed its long beak towards Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan smiled and stood with his hands behind his back, completely unguarded. At the same time, he withdrew all the spiritual energy in his body and the blood demon's power from his primordial spirit. Bang! After a loud sound, the white crane's long beak pierced Yi Fan's chest. Thump, 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 thump. Yi Fan was forced back 5 steps by the white crane's huge force before he could stabilize himself. If it weren't for the 8 treasures brocade robe on him, the white crane's attack would have left a bloody hole in his chest. The white crane was confused by the scene in front of it. Last time, this young man was able to stun it with a casual attack. Now that it was attacking him with all its might, he was completely unprepared. The white crane tilted its head and blinked its small, sparkling eyes as it looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Schwerer, don't be rude, Li Si shouted as he quickly walked in front of Yi Fan and reached out to help Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, are you okay? Li Si asked anxiously. He clearly saw the moment Yi Fan withdrew his spiritual energy, because in that instant, the swastika written in reverse on Yi Fan's forehead instantly dimmed. Yi Fan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Bastard! How can you not recognize Mr. Yi? You deserve a beating. Li Si turned around and scolded the white crane as he raised his hand high, ready to hit it. The white crane lowered its head and prepared to be punished. Slap! Just as Li Si's hand was about to fall, Yi Fan reached out and grabbed it. Master Li, Schwe was just trying to protect its master, Yi Fan said to Li Si. Last time, I offended you and hurt Schwer. Today I got stabbed by it, so I deserved it. You can't blame Schwer. Li Si was stunned. He instantly understood why Yi Fan withdrew his spiritual energy. Under Li Si's shocked gaze, Yi Fan slowly walked in front of the white crane and reached out to touch the top of its head. The white crane took a step back, then bravely stood still and allowed Yi Fan to touch it. I hit you with a palm, and you stabbed me with your beak. We're even now, okay? Yi Fan said with a smile as he touched the top of the crane's head. The white crane was stunned. It raised its head and looked at Yi Fan. Schwe, the master is asking you a question, Li Si said to the white crane. After the white crane heard this, it lowered its head and bowed towards Yi Fan. It understood human nature and understood why Yi Fan did what he did. Yi Fan smiled knowingly. Master, please take a seat. Li Si gestured for Yi Fan to sit down. There's no need for that. Yi Fan turned around and said to Li Si, I'm here for the master's Naiwan Palace. Naiwan Palace? Li Si's eyes lit up. He said in shock, could it be that you can? I already have the power of the sanguine demon. Even if I want to reconstruct my flesh, it'll be a piece of cake, Yi Fan said to Li Si with a smile. It's just the Naiwan Palace. It's a piece of cake. Thank you, master. When he heard Yi Fan's words, Li Si immediately knelt in front of Yi Fan. He sobbed as he spoke with tears in his eyes. For so many years, He had endured humiliation in order to be able to remove the seal and repair his mud-pill palace. He had hoped to wash away all the sins in his body and cultivate Tao anew, returning to the path of righteousness. Now that his wish was about to be fulfilled, how could he not be excited? You don't have to be so courteous. Please get up. Yi Fan helped Li Si up from his kneeling position and said, "Please sit down. I'll help you remove the seal and repair your Niwen palace." Li Si nodded with tears in his eyes. He got up and walked to the front of the praying mat. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. "It might hurt a little. Master, please bear with it," Yi Fan said as he walked behind Li Si. "Master, please do as you wish." "I can take it," Li Si replied. "All right." Yi Fan nodded and said, "I'll begin then." As Yi Fan spoke, his right hand gently pressed on Li Si's head. Li Si looked at his nose and calmed his heart. He cleared his mind and cleared his mind. Buzz. As Yi Fan used the power of the devil spirit, a red light was emitted from his palm. It illuminated the ceiling of the cave above Li Si's head in red light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 5 red electric lights were emitted from Yi Fan's fingertips and rushed into Li Si's head. Li Si frowned as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He felt that the 5 overbearing electric lights had touched the seal on his Niwen palace. Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes and sensed Li Si's incomplete Niwen palace, as well as the golden seal that was suppressing it. The golden seal contained many overbearing Taoist powers. It was obvious that many Taoist experts had worked together to cast it. Everything was as Li Si had said. Instead of saying that the experts were sealing his Niwen palace, it was more accurate to say that they were destroying his Niwen palace. At this moment, 70% of his Niwen palace was completely destroyed. The remaining 30% was like a beehive. Yi Fan controlled the 5 red electric lights with his mind and slowly inserted them into the gap between the Niwen palace and the golden seal. He wanted to use the 5 electric lights to completely entangle the seal before uprooting it. Ugh! Li Si groaned in pain. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like rain. "Master, bear with it. I'm going to remove the seal," Yi Fan said to Li Si after the 5 red electric lights had completely entangled the seal. Li Si reached for a branch of a wild fruit and bit on it. Yi Fan opened his eyes and slowly raised his hand that was pressing on Li Si's head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Yi Fan slowly raised his palm, 5 dazzling bolts of red lightning began to rise from Li Si's head. Creak! The branch in Li Si's mouth made creaking sounds. The excruciating pain almost made him faint. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the 5 red lights were about to leave his head, dozens of golden lights shot out from the top of Li Si's head. Following that, a palm-sized, irregular golden ball of light covered in blood slowly rose up. The seal had been removed by Yi Fan with the power of the blood demon. Ugh! Li Si's face was pale. The branch in his mouth was almost broken. Yi Fan slowly retracted the electric lights and held the golden ball of light in his hand. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers. Bang! The golden ball of light exploded in Yi Fan's hand. Countless golden light fragments fell from the sky. It was a beautiful sight. The seal had been removed, but his Niwen palace had yet to be repaired. Li Si's consciousness started to fade. If it wasn't for his many years of meditation that allowed him to keep his body motionless, he would have already collapsed. The seal had been in his body for many years and had long been connected to his Niwen palace. Now that it had been removed by Yi Fan, the balance had been broken. If he wasn't treated in time, he would definitely die. After Yi Fan destroyed the golden seal, he immediately pressed his palm on Li Si's head again. At the same time, he activated the demonic spirit in his primordial spirit and the 5-colored spiritual energy in his energy reserve. The blood-red electric light appeared again, and the 5-colored electric light appeared. The 2 powerful forces rushed into Li Si's Niwen palace and started to repair it at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the blood demon was used to repair the shape of the Niwen palace. The 5-colored spiritual energy was used to stimulate the blood in the Niwen palace and restore its normal functions. The two forces each had their own roles and abilities. After a short while, Yi Fan slowly retracted the spiritual energy in his hand. Li Si slowly opened his eyes. He tried to use the chaotic spiritual energy in his energy reserve to complete a large and small cycle. He realized that his Niwen palace had been completely repaired, and it was even smoother than before it was sealed. Li Si's eyes widened in disbelief. I used the power of the blood demon to help you rebuild your Niwen palace. I also used the spiritual energy from the Xian Tian secret technique to open up the meridians in your brain. From now on, you can focus on cultivating qi without any worries. Yi Fan's voice came from behind him. Mister, you have saved my life. Li Si is extremely grateful. Li Si said emotionally as he turned around and prepared to thank Yi Fan. But when he turned around, he realized that Yi Fan was no longer in front of him. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and ran to the entrance of the cave. He cupped his hands over his eyes and looked up at the sky. He saw a dazzling green light flash above the clouds. Then it turned into a dazzling star and disappeared. Chapter 567. From the time they left the East Sea to the distant Mount Jinping, from removing the seal on Li Si's body to repairing his mud pill palace to returning to the East Sea, Yi Fan had used less than an hour to do all of this. Whoosh! After a burst of azure light, a smiling Yi Fan appeared in the cabin, scaring Akatsuki so much that she almost dropped the teacup in her hand. You scare me to death, Akatsuki said to Yi Fan with a pale expression as she patted her chest. Yi Fan's current cultivation had far exceeded her imagination. In the past, no matter how fast Yi Fan's movement techniques were, he would still have to open the cabin door to enter. But now, Yi Fan didn't need to do such tedious things. He could appear and disappear in an instant. He could pass through rooms and rooms like a ghost. You just came back to life, so don't die again, Yi Fan said with a smile as he sat down across from Akatsuki. Baihu jogged over and jumped into Yi Fan's arms. Are you done? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan as she poured tea for Yi Fan. I'm done, Yi Fan said with a smile as he caressed Baihu. So fast. Akatsuki handed the fragrant tea to Yi Fan. That's considered slow, Yi Fan said with a smile as he took a sip of the tea. He had already broken through the first seal. After unsealing it, his strength was so strong that even the heavenly demon's power, which could contend against immortals, was suppressed. At this moment, rather than saying that Yi Fan possessed the heavenly demon's power, it would be more appropriate to say that he possessed the sinister demon's power. The mysterious heaven's secrets, the proud moon heavenly scripture, the power of the heavenly demon, and the unsealing of the evil spirit. For the first time ever, these four powers were concentrated on Yi Fan alone. The Frost Dragon Sword, the Fleeting Flame Sword, and the Blood Drinker Saber were miraculously in Yi Fan's possession. Since ancient times, if Yi Fan claimed to be the second person to have such a bizarre encounter, no one would dare to claim to be the first. What he said just now was not boasting. With his current cultivation, an hour was indeed very slow. What are we doing today? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Eat, sleep, rest, daydream. Yi Fan smiled and laid down lazily on the wooden floor. He rested his head on his hands and said with a smile, Do whatever you want. Akatsuki smiled. What about tomorrow? Where are we going tomorrow? Tomorrow, we will go to Sisui first, and then to Fire Dragon Town, Yi Fan said with a smile with his eyes closed. Akatsuki nodded her head slightly. The intelligent her had already understood Yi Fan's purpose. His current cultivation was no longer the same as before. The divine cauldron barrier should not be a problem for him anymore. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. Just as night fell, the originally calm East Sea suddenly had a sea breeze blowing. Huge waves surged into the sky, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and rain poured down. The small boat was faintly discernible in the stormy waves, shaking violently. Inside the cabin, the copper chandelier swayed. The flames were both bright and dark, stretching and shortening Yi Fan's shadow. Baihu Xiao Zhao could not stand the shaking of the boat, and was also most afraid of this kind of extreme weather. It curled up its fluffy, snow-white body and buried its head in Yi Fan's embrace, unwilling to come out. Yi Fan, who was stroking Baihu, raised his head to look at the flickering copper chandelier and listen to the sound of the waves hitting the side of the boat. A smile appeared on his handsome face. According to Li Si, this was the best time to find the divine cauldron in the sea. Thinking of this, Yi Fan hugged Baihu and blew out the flame on the copper chandelier. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared instantly. Whoosh! Above the clouds, 50 kilometers away, Yi Fan, who was wearing a black robe, appeared out of thin air. Under his feet, black clouds rolled, thunder rumbled, and countless purple lightning bolts shuttled back and forth. It was a spectacular sight. On the surface of the sea under the black clouds, black waves rolled, and torrential rain poured down. Between heaven and earth, there was a thunderstorm. Whoosh! Yi Fan, who was hugging Baihu, used his long sleeve to wave at the black clouds under his feet. Whoosh! A gust of wind was suddenly released from Yi Fan's sleeve, tearing a huge hole in the endless black clouds under his feet. Buzz! As Yi Fan activated the devil spirit, 2 dazzling rays of red light shot out from his eyes and shot directly toward the surface of the sea that was 30,000 meters below them. When the red lights shot out from Yi Fan's eyes, they were only as thick as a thumb. By the time they reached the surface of the sea, they had expanded to a size of several hundred meters. The 2 huge, circular red lights swept back and forth on the surface of the sea at an extremely fast speed. He was looking for a calm sea. This method of searching was much more efficient than when he was looking for the soul-returning grass in the extreme north. At that time, he had to lower his altitude and release his spiritual energy in a large area. He also had to constantly change his position. Now, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. With the power of the heavenly demon, he only needed to move his eyes, and he could see everything as far as his eyes could see. Every time he swept his eyes, he would scan the sea within a radius of several thousand meters. In the blink of an eye, he had checked the sea under his feet. Whoosh! Yi Fan used his movement technique and disappeared into thin air. Once again, he appeared 100 miles away. Once again, he used the same trick and scanned the sea surface in the cabin of the battleship. Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the White Robe Man were sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, facing each other with their eyes closed. The 3-foot-tall, 500-kilogram Soul Congregation Evil Cauldron was placed between the two of them. It was shrouded in green light and had a strange aura. The blood-eyed toad with the skull in its mouth and blood-red eyes was facing Matsumoto Takeyoshi, its eyes flashing red. "Yamada-kun, are you ready?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked the white-robed man on the praying mat with his eyes closed. "Mr. Matsumoto, let's begin." The white-robed man opposite him closed his eyes and replied, "Okay." Matsumoto Takeyoshi said, and immediately opened his eyes. Buzz? With a thought from Matsumoto Takeyoshi, countless dazzling green lights shot out from the Soul Congregation Evil Cauldron, illuminating the entire cabin. Whoosh! Matsumoto Takeyoshi stretched out his right hand, facing the evil cauldron with a single palm. Rumble! The bronze skull in the blood-eyed toad's mouth began to spin at high speed. The sound was soul-shaking and extremely sharp. Buzz! At the same time, the blood-eyed toad's blood-red eyes suddenly burst with red light. Whoosh! Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned his right hand, palm facing the sky. Buzz! The red light burst out and gradually enveloped the blood-eyed toad's entire body. On the back of the blood-eyed toad, the dense, mysterious runes were even more dazzling red, as if they were red in blood. Matsumoto Takeyoshi slowly raised his hand. Croak! After a loud and clear croak, the blood-eyed toad began to raise its head, bloody mouth facing the sky, and the bronze skull in its mouth began to spin faster. 100 demons, come out of the cauldron and listen to my command. Matsumoto Takeyoshi shouted softly, his right hand curling into a claw. Clang! The high-speed spinning skull in the blood. Toad's mouth suddenly stopped. Buzz! Hundreds of dazzling lights of different colors came out of the skulls, 7 orifices, and condensed into a 5-colored rope in the air, not dissipating. 100 demons in the body. Matsumoto Takeyoshi saw that the 100 demons were condensing and immediately pointed to the 5-colored rope in the air with his sword finger, controlling the spirits of the 100 demons to fall towards the white-robed man, whose eyes were slightly closed. Whoosh! The 5-colored rope followed Matsumoto Takeyoshi's hand gesture and came to the top of the white-robed man's head, winding through his biwi acupoint. Buzz! When the 5-colored rope completely entered the white-robed man's body, thousands of rays of 5-colored light were released from the white-robed man's body. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's face lit up with joy, and he withdrew his thoughts. The Soul Congregation Evil Cauldron's brilliance retracted and returned to normal. The brilliance that enveloped the white-robed man's body also began to dissipate gradually. When the brilliance on the white-robed man's body dissipated, Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled and asked, "Mr. Yamada, how does it feel to have 100 demons in your body?" "It feels very good," the white-robed man said as he slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! A ray of 5-colored brilliance flashed through the white-robed man's eyes and then disappeared. Within the 100 demons, there are those that fly in the sky, those that run on the ground, and those that swim in the water. There are all kinds of demons. The lowest cultivation is more than 800 years old. Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled and said to the white-robed man, "Mr. Yamada's current strength can be said to be incomparable to the past." "Mr. Yamada, thanks Mr. Matsumoto." The white-robed man bowed and bowed to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. He now had the power of 100 demons in his body, and his strength was close to that of a demon immortal. Compared to before, it could be said that there was a world of difference. "Mr. Yamada, now that you have obtained the power of 100 demons, your cultivation has skyrocketed. It is really worthy of celebration. But there is one thing that you must pay attention to," Matsumoto Takeyoshi said to the white-robed man. "Although the power of 100 demons has been forcibly extracted and injected into Mr. Yamada's body, their primordial spirits still exist, and there will be resentment in their hearts. When this resentment accumulates to a certain extent, Mr. Yamada will be attacked by the resentment of 100 demons." "The resentment of 100 demons?" The white-robed man raised his eyebrows and asked after hearing this. "That's right," Matsumoto Takeyoshi replied. "The power of 100 demons is extremely overbearing. The power of its backlash naturally can't be underestimated." "Is there a way to deal with it?" the white-robed man asked. "Of course there is." Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled and said, "These 100 demons have yin and yang, good and evil. Using yin to counter yang, and using good to eliminate evil. As long as Mr. Yamada makes good use of this, there will naturally be no problem." The white-robed man understood tacitly and slowly nodded. Although this Matsumoto Takeyoshi had no cultivation, he was clear and logical when it came to the cultivation method. With this person's mental strength and wisdom, if he concentrated on cultivation, he would definitely be an extraordinary person. "I wonder if with Mr. Yamada's current cultivation, you can compete with Yifan?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he picked up the fragrant tea on the wooden table beside him and gently took a sip. "It's hard to say," the white-robed man calmly replied. "I don't know much about the demon realm, and I know very little about the power of the heavenly demon recorded in the ancient books. Unless I really fight with Yifan, it will be very difficult to know the result." Matsumoto Takeyoshi laughed and said, "Mr. Yamada, don't worry. This day will eventually come. It's only a matter of time." After hearing this, the white-robed man did not reply. Chapter 568. Above the black clouds, the black-robed, silver-haired, black-robed Yi Fan continued to observe the sea below with his bloodshot eyes. Two huge blood-red pillars of light connected the sky and the sea, constantly scanning the vast sea. In this night of heavy rain, it was extremely spectacular. At this time, he had been searching in the East Sea for more than 6 hours, and the sea area he had searched was more than 10,000 feet wide. Even so, he still didn't find any calm sea. The East Sea was really too big. However, Yi Fan didn't give up. If he couldn't find it this time, he would look for it next time. With his current searching speed, he would be able to search the entire East Sea in 7 or 8 stormy nights. At that time, he would naturally find the whereabouts of the East Sea Divine Cauldron. Yi Fan calculated the time and knew that it was getting late. It was time to go back. It was almost dawn. He couldn't delay the 3 divine cauldrons in Fire Dragon Town, Sisui River, and Changbai Mountain. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately recalled the blood demon spirit. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he turned into a green light and flew over the black clouds, rushing in the direction of the warship 800 miles away. Whoosh! Before Baihu could blink her eyes, Yi Fan's figure appeared in the cabin out of thin air. He put down the white fox and sat down on the floor. He poured 2 cups of tea from the teapot and placed 1 cup in front of the white fox, Xiao Xiao, while he drank the other cup himself. Buzz! Just as he was gulping down the water, the blood-red blood devil token tied to his waist instantly emitted a soft red light. Yi Fan was stunned. He quickly put down the teacup and stood up. After returning to the human world, he had been thinking about saving Akatsuki. He had almost forgotten that his lover from his previous life was still living in the blood demon token. After taking off the blood demon token and placing it in the palm of his hand, Yi Fan stretched out his right hand and gently brushed it. Buzz! As Yi Fan stroked it lightly, a dazzling red light shot out from the blood demon token, illuminating the entire cabin with a red light. Baihu Xiao Zhao, who was drinking water, stopped and raised her head to look at the blood demon token in Yi Fan's hand. Her face was full of shock. It had originally thought that the blood-red jade pendant hanging on Yi Fan's body was just an ornament. It had never expected that there would be such a mystery behind it. However, what shocked it even more was yet to come. Amidst the tens of thousands of rays of red light, a beautiful woman dressed in purple slowly walked out of the light. This woman's eyebrows were like crescent moons, her eyes were like stars, her skin was like cream, and her teeth were like jade. She was like Chang-Yi, a dragon lady who had descended to the mortal world. Xiao Zhao had been born for so many years, but this was the first time she had seen such a stunning beauty. Under its astonished gaze, the purple-robed woman slowly lowered her body and bowed to Yi Fan in a graceful manner. Your subordinate greets the Demon King. The beautiful emoji greeted Yi Fan. This woman was called Yi Fan the Demon King. She even bowed to Yi Fan. Baihu saw this and immediately looked at Yi Fan. She vaguely understood the mystery behind it. It was obvious that Yi Fan had become a leader of the demon realm. From the way she addressed him, it was obvious that his position was extremely high and extraordinary. Moji, I've been busy saving people ever since I came back. I almost forgot about you. Get up, Yi Fan said as he reached out to help Emoji up. Thank you, Demon King. Emoji stood up. This is the human world, not the demon realm. There's no need for all the unnecessary formalities from before. Yi Fan said to Emoji, Here, you're not my subordinate, and I'm not your Demon King. From now on, you can call me Yi Fan, and I'll call you Moji. Is that all right? The Demon King's position is revered. How would I dare to call you by your name? Emoji lowered her head and answered. I see. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he reached out to touch his nose. Then you can call me Mr. Yi. Is that all right? Emoji raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes. She gently bit her lips and nodded. Come, let me introduce you. Yi Fan picked up Baihu as he said to Emoji, This is the Xiao Zhao that I mentioned to you before. Emoji nodded at Baihu. Xiao Zhao, this is Yumoji, one of the 4 guardians of the demon realm. She's Mama. Yifan looked up at Yumoji awkwardly, as he did not know how to continue the introduction. Yumoji's face turned red as her eyes flickered. She's an old friend of mine from my previous life. When you regain your human form, call her Sister Moji. Yifan brushed the matter aside. Baihu, who was in his arms, looked at Yumoji, who was blushing. She then looked up at Yifan, who was pretending to be nonchalant and avoiding her gaze. She understood the gist of the situation. The beautiful woman in front of her was most likely related to Eldritch. The 4 guardians of the demon realm had to bow to Yifan. It seemed that Yifan's position in the demon realm was second only to one person and above all. Xiao Zhao thought to herself as she looked at Yumoji and nodded politely. The Demon King. Oh no, Mr. Yi, Yumoji said to Yifan. I would like to ask, is there anything I can help you with? As Yumoji spoke, she glanced at Baihu, who was in Yifan's arms. It was obvious that she had something to say to Yifan alone. Yifan naturally understood what he meant. I don't need your help for the time being. If there's anything I need, I'll let you know, Yifan said to Yumoji. In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Yi any further. I'll take my leave. As Yumoji spoke, she turned into a purple light and flew into the blood demon token in Yifan's hand. Xiao Zhao, you've been following me around all night. You must be tired. Yifan placed Baihu on the futon and stroked Baihu's white and smooth fur. It's still early and it's raining heavily. You should sleep for a while. We'll go out after the rain stops. Baihu nodded and put its furry tail under its head. It curled up and closed its eyes. It hadn't slept all night with Yifan, so it was naturally very tired. Under Yifan's touch, it quickly fell asleep. After covering the white fox with a blanket, Yifan's body flashed and disappeared into thin air. He then reappeared in another cabin downstairs in an instant. Moji, show yourself, Yifan said. The red light reappeared, and Yumoji emerged from it once more. What happened? Yifan asked Yumoji. I have to go. Yumoji looked at Yifan with her beautiful eyes and said with a sad expression. Leaving? Yifan was stunned. Where are you going? Yumoji's words surprised him. I've told you before that I don't want to be a part of the demon realm anymore. After coming to the human realm, I have no intention of returning to the demon realm, Yumoji said sadly. This time, I took the initiative to appear to bid you farewell. Aren't you in the human world now? Why are you leaving? Yifan asked. You're now the Devil Realm's Devil Lord. You'll definitely return to the Devil Realm in the future. Yumoji shook her head and said, while you're busy with the human world, it's reasonable for me to run away. If I run away when you return to the Devil Realm, the Devil Lord won't let me go. Where are you going? Yifan asked. If the Devil Lord wants to catch you, it'll be useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. He won't. Yumoji smiled sadly. If I disperse my devil soul and reincarnate, the Devil Lord won't be able to do anything. The Devil Realm can only tempt people, but they can't do anything. Disperse your devil soul and reincarnate. Yumoji's words made Yifan frown. He looked at Yumoji and asked in shock. Yumoji nodded, her eyes red. Are you crazy? Yifan said anxiously. After reincarnating, you'll have nothing but a physical body. I think being a human is pretty good. Yumoji wiped her tears and said with a smile, men and women get married, have children, work at sunrise and rest at sunset, eat plain tea, help each other in times of need, and live a normal life. That's more practical than anything else. Yifan's eyes widened when he heard that. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. What, am I wrong? Yumoji asked when she saw Yifan shaking his head. The kind of life you're talking about is too luxurious. Not everyone can get it. Yifan said with a bitter smile. If I could really live like that, why would I need to enter the demonic path and become neither human nor ghost like I am now? Yumoji frowned. The two of them were silent. Don't go. Yifan broke the silence after a long time. He turned around with his hands behind his back and said calmly, when I'm done with the matters in the human world, I'll personally take you to Brother Devil and ask him to give you to me as the Devil Lord's wife. With this title, I can let you stay in a human world for a long time, and you won't have to worry about those things anymore. Of course, this is just a title. I know, and even the heavens and earth know. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yumoji suddenly raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Yi Fan's words moved her inexplicably, but also made her sad. What moved her was that she could finally be together with Eldritch. What made her sad was that this was just a title. Since I've been intimate with you in my past life, I'll take good care of you in this life. This is what I owe you, Yi Fan said calmly. 2 streams of hot tears flowed from Yumoji's eyes. Before I returned to the human world, I hinted to Brother Devil about our relationship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring you out so easily, Yi Fan said as he turned around. Based on this, Brother Devil will definitely agree to my request. Don't mention anything about reincarnation again. As Yi Fan spoke, he took out a white handkerchief and handed it to Yumoji. Yumoji did not take the handkerchief from Yi Fan. Her shoulders trembled as she cried. The grievances that she had suppressed in her heart for more than 300 years suddenly surged to her heart. Right now, she did not know whether to be happy or sad for herself. Happy that she had an empty title. Sad that she had become the Devil Lord's wife. You're already the Devil Lord's wife. Why are you still crying like a child? Yi Fan used the handkerchief in his hand to wipe away Yumoji's tears as he said with a smile, You were originally a beauty in the devil world, but after crying like this, you've become an ugly woman in the human world. Yi Fan's words made Yumoji cry even harder. She opened her arms and hugged Yi Fan tightly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.